Wednesday morning. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
It is officially cold as balls.
Was it minus 10 out
So
with the chill?
The actual temperature is 0.
Right.
The wind chill is minus 10.
All right.
Right now we are sitting at minus 10. You just heard Marty mention it. Way more school closings today.
Okay.
So, the one thing that sucks today in modern times as opposed to back in the day, your kid's school calls you.
Oh, they give you like an alert, right?
Yeah. So, like, my kids go to Aquinas, and I live in the Russ Henrietta School District.
So what do you get, like a text?
Yeah, so it depends. A call, a text, and an email. So I've been getting calls all night and day for both Rush Henrietta because we're in the district and Aquinas because where my kids go.
So you're getting bombarded.
Exactly. Just like, hey, no, I got it. You don't got school. You
the
got
doors
it.
are frozen.
And so, like, my kids last night when Aquinas canceled school at like 9 o'clock were like running through the house with their hands in the air like they just won the pentathlon.
Which is crazy because your kids like school.
Yeah,
and they have like...
Yeah, but it's still like a surprise off day.
All right.
You know?
But there was...
But it's minus 10.
And it's awesome, too. They found out the day ahead of time, so they could like actually enjoy it a little bit more.
Well, it was funny. Like, my wife is... Like, both of my wife's yelling at them, both of them, like, get ready for bed. You got school tomorrow. It's like 8:45. The call comes in. And it was like the chains were thrown off. I'm going back. I'm going back to doing nothing late.
Freed.
But, like, there was a romance back in the day waiting for school to be closed, watching that ticker like it was the NFL draft underneath the...
Yeah.
Watching it go through, thinking like, okay, now it's going to pop up.
Yep.
Okay, now.
Here it comes. Yeah. Do it. Shaking Starlight. And we'll get back into the weather here in a second.
Yeah.
But with the schools closed, it means that the commute this morning will be lighter.
Oh, yeah.
Which is great. Nobody wants to sit in traffic.
Yeah.
And this might be a story, Tom. You have two kinds of people that are always at odds that are actually secretly helping each other out.
What's going on?
Did you know
I did not.
that since 2020, when COVID started, the decrease in rush hour traffic has not picked back up to the same level today as it was in 2019.
Because there's still some people working at home.
That's just it. Bingo. They are finding certain days, however, busier than others. For example, locally in the greater Rochester area, Monday and Friday, much lighter for traffic. Tuesday, Thursday being the heaviest, Wednesday a little bit higher than Monday and Friday. And it's because, according to Spectrum News, Rochester saw a whopping 184% increase in work from home from the beginning of COVID until right now.
Oh.
184% increase.
I didn't know that was a thing.
What do you mean?
I always said 100% was as far as you could go.
No, you idiot.
I didn't know you can go 184.
No.
Like 100%, that's all of it.
No. If you have 10 people
Yeah.
working from home,
Yeah.
and then 18 more people work from home,
So it's more than doubled.
that's 180% increase.
Okay.
What are you not getting?
All of that.
Okay, no.
I'll take your word for it.
A lot of people.
Yeah.
I get it. It's a lot.
More than double.
All right.
People now, almost triple the amount of people work from home today
Wow.
than they did in 2019. And because of that, it means it's easier to get around. Now, what's interesting about this is there seems, Tommy, to still be a bit of like a rivalry, at minimum, animosity from the people that do not have the ability to work from home
Oh, sure.
towards the people that work from
Well,
home.
think about a day like today when you got to go to work.
Yeah.
And they're sitting in their PJs
I get it.
drinking coffee.
I get it. And any other day other than this, those people that work from home can wake up 10 minutes before work, roll out of bed, make their coffee, and just get to work, right?
Yeah.
And they can do whatever they want while the camera's not on and nobody really knows
Oh, bro,
what's
you can
going
do a
on.
wake and whack and nobody's the wiser.
What'd you call it?
Don't
wake
do
and
that,
whack.
though.
Wake and whack.
Wake and whack, nobody's the wiser.
We know that that's gone wrong for some people.
Well, yes, you've got to time it.
Well, no, that guy got his job back on the news for a little while.
Oh, he's still on.
Oh, I thought they fired him.
Jeffrey Tubin
Yeah.
is still on.
Yeah, they did.
He's
did
a legal
hire back.
analyst for CNN who got caught pulling it on a Zoom call.
With the New York Post. No, it was the New York,
New York Times.
Yeah.
The old gray lady.
That's what he was pulling it to. By the way, Tubin, the best name for being caught playing
Oh,
with
yeah.
yourself. Tubin's Tubin over there.
Tubin with Tubin.
The irony in this thing,
Yeah.
the anger from the work from home people, or the anger from the go to work people from the work from home, folks that go to work are having a much easier time getting there and home thanks to the people who are still allowed to work
Oh,
from
sure.
home.
Yeah.
Right?
Kind of nice.
Like, and I mean, I get maybe you didn't realize it until we have these numbers in front of us and we talk about it just now, but if those people that you despise had to go back to work like you wanted them to, you're losing 10, 15 minutes a day
Oh, yeah.
because of all those extra people on the road due to traffic.
So it's kind of a gift.
Yes, no, it's not kind of, it is a gift.
I mean, it takes away probably quite quite a few things. I think if you get coffee every morning and you're going through that drive, I'm guessing there are probably overall less people doing that at the same time than they were before.
Makes sense. There's less traffic. Yeah, I mean, the world is a better place for folks like us that have to go to work when there are more people working from home.
All right.
Fair?
Yeah.
All right. So maybe we get rid of all this anger and hatred, and I don't want that to happen anymore. Because I also assume that most of the people that are going to work, not all, most of the people want to work where they work.
Oh, I just figured they have a job where that's just not an option.
Well, but there are also jobs you have the ability to apply for that would allow you to work from home.
Yeah.
I mean, Kimmy, they don't seem very hard to come by anymore, work from home jobs.
No, and I think people have realized they have more leverage than they thought too, especially when there are companies like desperate to hire people. Like that would be something that you could be like, well, I will do this, but I only want to come in this many days, or especially like the hybrid method that a lot of people are working on.
And the phone number is 252-WCMF based on your personal experience. I'd love to know, 252-9263. My favorite national news stories are now. Because I'm always pro get as much from your job as you can.
Oh, yeah.
It's like you'll see like a big company be like, we are mandating you come back to the office. And then the story 3 days later is everybody quit.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Like, I wonder how many people, when their company said that, thought, well, I'll just go find something else. And if the company did back down a little bit after realizing, hey, people don't want to come back in every day.
Yeah. And looping back around to that whole idea that, people that want to work from home have the ability is like, if we wanted to, we could do the show from home.
Yeah.
If we wanted to. But we were forced to do that during, the lockdowns and everything. And it sucked. I would much rather be here and do my job than have to be at home.
Yeah.
Right? So, I wonder what percentage of the people that are at work in the morning would choose to work from home if they had the option.
Well, I'm wondering, too, because think about it. Let's say you may want to work from home, but some of the people that started working from home also probably hated it.
Yeah.
And their wives hated it, and the kids hated it, and it was just an inconvenience. You know what I mean?
Sure.
It sounded better than it was.
100%. I mean, those walls start closing in on you, man.
Oh, yeah.
And then if you have the kids at home, you're right. If your spouse also works from home, like that ability to disconnect from certain parts of your life disappears.
Right. And then you're looking at your house going, oh, this needs to be fixed. That's got to be cleaned. Yeah, it just doesn't end.
I mean, if you had that work from home experience, you start looking for any tiny reason to leave the house.
Right.
We're out of bug spray. If a bug shows up, I'm going to have to need it. So let's go to Wegmans. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Again, a story on Spectrum News reveals that the rush hour traffic patterns in the upstate New York area, Greater Rochester also, have not gone back to normal since the pandemic. And they say, thanks to work from home, Rochester having a whopping, stay with me, Tommy, 184% increase in work from home from 2019 till now. Those people still working from home brings down the traffic. Tuesday, Thursday being the busiest days for traffic in Rochester. Monday, Friday being the lightest.
So that's got to be that mandate you have to come in 2 days a week.
It is weird that every company picked Tuesday, Thursday.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that's what it is here.
Yeah.
I guess it makes sense. Nobody wants to come in on a Friday. It's probably harder to get people to agree to that.
Nothing gets done on a Friday.
Yeah. Well, that's because nobody's really paid attention on Friday. Right? Like, it's funny. The boss, I need you to work hard every day. I'm leaving early on Friday. And, I mean, I think that's what it comes down to is I am a firm believer in folks will work as hard as the person above them.
Yeah.
Do you get what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Right? And for years and years and years, we were forced, most of us, to watch the people above us kind of slide.
Their schedule looks a little more flexible than everybody else's.
Exactly.
The sliding 90s.
Yeah. Well, now that we kind of realize that boss needs us more than we need them.
Oh yeah,
right.
I mean, COVID flipped the table.
Exactly. Like we're gonna either work your schedule or you're gonna work our schedule. And hey, look, Fridays we get to stay home and work from home. Look how amazing, how quickly that happened. Yeah. That was amazing.
Yeah.
Kimmy, would you choose to work from home if you had the option?
Of course.
Not so much with this job. I think.
Bro, she'd be in that edible cabinet every 10 minutes.
I think it's harder to do from home.
You'd miss us.
But if I had a job where I spent a lot of time on the phone, on my computer, that I would absolutely sign up to work from home.
Because my brother has been working from home since COVID started.
Yeah, and it hasn't affected his weight.
Especially this time of year. I don't feel like I'm missing out on anything by sitting at home. I feel like in the summer it would be harder to work from home because there's so much temptation outside.
Okay.
You know?
But I mean, working from home also could allow you to go do
True,
things during the day that
true.
you wouldn't be able to
Oh,
do
yeah.
because you
Yeah.
have to be at work, right?
All
I
right.
guess.
I don't know. And I think there's also a pride in, like, you know, you're one of these people that does go to your job every day, right? Like if you're driving a truck or like you have, if it's something you want to do, you get to stand up and say, like, yeah, I'm out here doing my thing. This
Right.
is part of what I do.
But
For
it's like your routine. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think it would be hard to find a routine at home like that for work.
No, I agree with you.
I think if you also have kids, especially young kids, like I know some people that work from home and like
Ugh.
they'll have the like their babysitter or nanny come watch the kids, but it's still hard when the kids know you're somewhere in the house, even if you're trying to separate yourself and get stuff done. So I know like a lot of them look to other space, like they'll still go to a different space to work.
You'd have
Maybe they're
to.
not going into the office, but they're still getting out of the house to go do their work.
Well, it's interesting to bring up kids because we got folks writing us on Facebook. You can always get us at WCMF or the Break Room Facebook page. This comes in from John. John says, I would love to go work in the office, but my 4-year-old isn't in school yet. My wife and I being home and working together from home allows us to keep an eye on him and watch him without having to pay for childcare.
Wait, so they all work? The whole family's home?
Yeah.
She working and he working?
That's the impression I'm getting.
That's
here.
got to double suck.
Well, but bro, think about the money you're saving in childcare.
I know,
Yeah.
but man, your own mental well-being. Like you're on top of each other all day.
20, 30 grand versus mental well-being. I'll take the mental.
Yeah, I think most people would sign up for that.
Yeah. But I mean, John says he does want to go back into the
It's gotta
office.
be hard.
Yeah, he's
but-
dying to get out of
Well,
there,
think.
man.
Well, I mean, but if you could send the kid to school in a year, now you get to go back and do your
yeah,
thing.
but she bitching, the kid bitching, he's stuck in a corner trying to do his gig.
Yeah, but you're also underestimating the bitching of your coworkers when you go into the office.
It's a different bitch. You know what I mean?
Eh.
That's side bitch, then there's like home bitch.
Side bitch, home bitch.
Those are two different styles of bitching.
What was the thing you said about waking up and then touching yourself?
Wake and whack.
Whack and wake. So you had to
Wake. You can't whack and wake because that'll mess up the sheets. You wake and you whack.
So you got a wake and whack,
Yeah.
then a work bitching and a home bitching.
Yes.
And that's what we learned in the first discussion we had on a Wednesday here in the break room on CMF. Because it is Wednesday, Tommy.
Oh boy, I think
know-
we got a little hate brewing.
Did you call me boy?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Boy.
Yes, we do. Hate Mail of the Week coming at you just after 8 o'clock. And this story shocked us when we got back from our holiday break. The town of Greece installed some technology.
Oh yeah.
And they're not telling you where that technology is, but they are claiming this technology will keep citizens safer. It is going to allow the police to do their job faster and better. And it'll just be a matter of time, Tommy, before anyone is thinking about committing a crime in the town of Greece.
Okay.
And safety is important.
Oh yeah, you gotta be safe.
But as safety increases, we also lose some of our privacy. And that is the debate with these cameras in Greece.
Yeah.
One woman heard our discussion about this, and she disagreed. She is happy to trade privacy for safety.
Oh.
Which is fine. But she says these cameras don't go far enough.
Oh, she wants more.
She wants more.
Evasive camera.
Yes. And invasive, not an evasive camera wouldn't really help you out here.
An invasive?
Invasive. Evasive is getting away.
So you invasive.
Yeah, invasive.
And then out.
It's like flowers. If the flowers are in vase,
Okay.
they're there. If they're evase, that's not a word,
Oh,
so
they're
it doesn't
dead,
count.
yeah.
Shut up. But this woman argues, the way that she writes this letter, it kind of feels that the world she lives in and the world she thinks she lives in
Okay.
are two very different places.
All right.
And we'll get to that letter just after 8 o'clock here, Hate Mail of the Week, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tom.
Yeah.
You know, the city of Rochester has undergone somewhat of a renaissance
Oh sure.
over the last 15
Yeah,
years.
yeah.
right?
Yeah.
I mean, folks Kimmy's age going down, having fun,
Oh.
partying, things are happening naturally,
Mm-hmm.
businesses are building up, restaurants, it's great. But every city still has its problems. And this has been a big problem for the city of Rochester over the last 5 years. So much
Oh.
so that even after it's been addressed and plans have been made to get it back to what it was supposed to be,
Yeah.
there are still folks chucking things out the window from 6 stories above. Did you see this story?
Oh yeah.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. There are some rules I think we all just assume exist.
Okay.
Like, for example, if you own something this big, you got to take care of it.
Oh, sure.
You can't just leave it alone.
You got to maintain it.
Yeah, exactly. And that has not been the case the last couple of years. And although there are now plans to bring this thing back to what it was, until that happens, it kind of feels like, Tommy, what happened here is going to keep happening.
Yeah.
It's been happening. Maybe not to this extent.
Well, I think this is the least of the problems
Yeah.
they've had.
Yeah.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF, just after 6:40, 6:45.
Yeah.
It's cold.
Oh, yeah.
And people are doing whatever they can to stay warm when they leave the house. Thank goodness technology has made that easier.
Oh, great. What are we getting?
Well, no, there is a technology that has existed the last couple of years that will take your coat and make it the warmest coat you've ever had. And if you buy them name brand, you've got nothing to worry
We
about.
got a plug-in coat?
That's exactly what it is.
Never heard of such a thing.
I'm going to explain it to you. But here's a problem. Kimmy, you know this.
Mm-hmm.
When something gets popular,
Yep.
all of a sudden, knockoff, less expensive.
Dupes, they call
Yeah,
them
there you
that.
go. And these
But
dupes.
you're saving money.
Oh, yeah, you're saving money. Also, you're bursting into flames. We'll get to it just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. Story on 10 NBC last night.
Yeah, buddy.
It says that people who work and live near the Rochester Riverside Hotel, the old Clarion there,
Yeah.
have noticed broken chairs on the frozen Genesee River and smashed windows on high floors of the now closed hotel.
Oh, yeah. Somebody was having some fun.
Yes, they were. Police say they are investigating, but you don't need CSI Miami to put 2 and 2 together.
Yeah.
Kind of feels like folks are breaking into the hotel and chucking chairs out the window.
Just having a chair chucking contest.
Quick sidebar.
Mm-hmm.
As a teenager, chucking chairs out of a window 50 feet below into a river would be like the funnest thing
Oh.
ever,
Yeah.
right?
As a teenager, you wouldn't want to do that as an adult man, too.
Okay, I do it now.
That's what I
I
mean.
don't want to get arrested.
I mean, you get to break windows
Yep.
and throw chairs, and
Yep.
you see them land in a river.
100%. But I digress.
Mhm.
The situation that we're in right now is a little bit strange because we found out late last year there is a new plan for the old Riverside Hotel. They're going to redo the whole thing. New hotel. There will be apartments inside. They're planning ground level retail.
Oh, it's going to be the old gray lady's going to be back to life.
Will you stop saying gray lady? It's the second gray lady you've dropped today. And it's actually good for that neighborhood because that neighborhood is actually coming up again.
Yeah.
There's new hotels. There's a couple of restaurants there.
It's
Good.
popping.
Yeah. And we don't know when the changes to the old Riverside Hotel will happen, but they say it will happen eventually. Problem is, there has been a ton of vandalism in the, 5 years that it's been shuttered?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, people got in there, homeless people.
Yeah, so you've got, it's believed that squatters are living there on and off. There have been fires that the fire department has had to go put out, which is a problem because there isn't electricity in the building, so they're working in there blind. Reports that the place has been ripped up and there's wiring missing.
Which is kind of helping them for the demolition. They've already taken out some of the chairs and the beds and stuff.
And now you have this story.
I was going to say, is the plan to demolish the whole thing, or is it to see what they can do with what's standing, or what's left standing?
Like leave the building and remodel it.
Yeah,
don't
I
know.
would think at this point you got to just knock it down with all the damage that's been done.
Kimmy, I do not have that
I
information.
would think the longer it sits there, the more you have to knock it down.
Maybe it's got good bones.
Okay,
You know what they say?
What's
The
that?
house don't fall if the bones are good.
All
if the
right.
bones are good, the phone don't matter. If the shoes are there, the house don't crumble.
For all you country fans out there.
You're welcome. Okay, so there is hope on the horizon with this building. But until that starts, what is happening here is still a massive issue. And what I can't understand, and the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Like, we had started this discussion saying, we all assume there are certain rules that need to be followed.
Yeah.
Personally, I always thought that people who own buildings downtown were kind of responsible for making sure those buildings don't fall apart,
Right.
right?
Yeah, you own it. You got to take care of it.
Exactly. Like, how are
And then I thought the city would fine you or whatever.
or take it away,
Yeah.
something like that. Like, how are the folks that own these buildings downtown allowed to get away with it? Because this hotel for 5 years is just sitting there
It's just decaying.
rotting. Yes.
Like that other one where the sides were falling.
Yes, that's another perfect example. A couple of years ago, a side falls off a building, and thank God nobody got hit.
But it's just been sitting there for years.
And they just kind of blocked the street off for a couple of months, cleaned it up, and then we haven't really heard anything about that,
Yeah.
right? Because it's not just a danger to the first responders who have to go put out the fires in a place that may be 10 stories high with no electricity. Think about how bad it could have been if a teenager fell 5 or 6
yeah.
stories out of that window chucking a chair into the river.
Oh, yeah.
And, like, yeah,
Be a game changer.
it would have been the kid's fault, but the kid had the opportunity to get into this empty
Right,
building,
right.
chuck a chair out the window, and fall out of it.
But what do you do? But I guess like the city can only do so much, because let's say that's owned by somebody, and they try to find him, and he ain't paying.
Okay,
Right.
What do you do?
take it away.
You don't want that building.
Understood.
The city does not want that building because now they own it. What do they do with it? They got to sell it, demolish it. That all costs money. So like right now, it's almost like they're at a standoff. I'm guessing.
Okay, that's a terrible plan. That's like a terrible way to do things.
Absolutely, but nobody wants to spend the money to fix this eyesore. I can't imagine what you would have to spend to make that place like a luxury hotel that they're talking about.
Just functional again.
I mean, it's a good question.
It's got like, how would you ever get your money back?
Well, I will say this, and the phone number is 252-WCMF. Look, we don't have the idea to make the problem better. We're just here to point out that this is a problem.
Yeah.
And I understand how stupid that is, right? The old saying, if you think something's wrong, come up with a plan to fix it. You know, you ask how you're going to get your money back out of it. Again, talking about the Riverside Hotel. It's been closed for almost 5 years now. There were reports of broken chairs and broken windows, folks chucking chairs out the windows there, on top of the fires that have been there, on top of folks breaking in and ripping up the place. They have been opening, Tommy, luxury apartments across downtown Rochester.
Yeah.
And every time they start a new project, I say to myself, who's going to be able to afford this?
Yeah.
And in a matter of 2 weeks, the place is sold out.
Yeah, but I think that's a different animal.
So there are going to be luxury condos in this building, apparently.
Yeah.
It's gonna be both.
But that thing's mammoth.
Yeah.
And I can't imagine like somebody going in there, this is going to cost $100 million. And it's going to take 3 years to build.
Okay.
So for 3 years, you're not even getting any money out of it. It's just, you're 3 years behind the eight ball.
Yeah.
And then you had to build this goddamn thing. And then you got to hope upon hope that people are going to go to it.
My favorite Tommy is Business Tommy. When he starts talking
Hope
serious business
upon hope.
Well, he's
Because
dressed
looking
like
farther
it today.
afield
with a wake and wag.
with a wake and wag, you can't make it work.
The one thing this property has going for it
What's that?
is it's attached to the convention center.
Okay, yeah, it's got that
It
skyway thing.
Yeah.
Is it still, or did they block that off?
Well, I'm sure they can open it back up
Yeah.
again if
And
they
I don't
want
know
to.
how good that thing's standing still.
Why?
I mean,
I
to
wouldn't.
his
Would you
point,
walk
who's
across
been-
that thing right now?
Who's been maintaining that?
I wouldn't go across. I would not go across that thing.
You're the lightest of all of us. You'd be fine.
Yeah, I would send a fat guy over there first just to see if it works.
You're like those frogs that can run across water, right? Like you're just not breaking the surface tension. No, I don't know if it'll work, but it's also hard to judge where we're at in downtown Rochester right now, right? Because there are some projects that you hear about where it's like that's the stupidest thing ever, and all of a sudden it's uber successful.
Okay.
Now there hasn't been something to this level. But
Yeah.
again, it sounds like it's going to be someone else's money. It's not like the city is paying for this to get done. So the risk for us as people would be low.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
All
right.
Oh, maybe this is what it takes to push Rochester over the top to a high-end American city. One more time again. I mean, what's the other option? Just leaving it there?
Just knock it down and just let it be an empty space.
Well,
just
knock
let
it down,
be
turn
empty.
it into a burger lot.
Have parcel 6.
That would probably work too.
Yes.
Right. You got parcel 5 and parcel 6 facing off
You
against
could
each
turn
other.
it into a music venue, riverfront style.
Well, we don't need another music venue.
You can always use
Right.
another music venue.
No, we don't. No, you don't.
Jazz Fest. We got to move it around a little bit.
Okay, but look, you got CMAC in Canandaigua, you got Darien Lake the other way, you got St. Joe's Amphitheater, whatever it's called now, out in Syracuse. What would you put there? What shows? You also have Parcel 5,
Yeah,
where you
it's a
have
lot.
shows
Yeah.
literally
All
down the
summer.
street.
You can put your food trucks out there and your jackass people.
No,
who
that's
hang out.
exactly
Yes,
what they're
people.
doing. You could hit.
Well, this is going to be, that could be part of that Rock the River. What are they doing on this Rock the River
no,
thing?
there's part of this project. This new project would be part of Rock the Riverway.
All right, so you just make it more open space to enjoy the river.
Okay. You're an idiot.
What else are you going to do with it?
You hated Parcel 5.
Right.
Yeah.
You still hate Parcel 5. And now your solution is
Parcel
Parcel
six.
6. And you want to talk about getting your money back? If you said it yourself, knocking that whole thing down would cost a fortune.
Oh, yeah.
So you're going to get your money back by having nothing? Parcel 5 was just empty already.
Well, I thought there was something there at one time, and
Probably.
then they just didn't build it back.
Yeah,
or
what it
something.
was supposed to be that art.
No, but I thought there was
theater,
a building.
right? Oh, before it was Parcel 5.
I can't remember.
Neither can I. It's been so. Was that the
My
old
car didn't go that way.
Midtown Plaza? Was that where Midtown Plaza was?
Kinda.
Yeah.
Yeah. A little
Oh,
bit.
well, you didn't tell me. Yeah.
Kinda.
Yeah. We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF for the Break Room Facebook page. This comes in from Steve. Steve says the solution is simple. If homeless people are breaking in to stay, why not turn it into a homeless shelter? You wouldn't have to improve anything. Just let them stay, come and go as they please. That's
in a
problematic.
dilapidated building.
Yeah, I mean,
it's
like,
it's gonna
dangerous
catch
for a lot
fire.
of people.
we could
Yeah.
give you 10 different
Yeah.
reasons why that would be a
Can't do
bad
it.
idea, right?
Can't
I
do
mean,
it.
safety of the folks that live there, folks in the neighborhood would probably have a
Who's
problem
liable
with
if
that.
somebody gets hurt?
All of those things.
Yeah.
Although, I mean, Steve, I get it. I mean, you're being
What if you tore it down?
okay.
Stay with me here.
When you start with "Stay with me," it's never a good finish.
Downtown Wegmans, like you used to, because Midtown had a downtown Wegmans inside Midtown Plaza. You could put a Wegmans right there for everybody that works downtown.
In theory, that's a great idea. The problem is the grocery stores they've tried to open in downtown Rochester have not been successful. What was that market that was down next to Eastman?
Yeah, but those were like hipster, small markets. This would be
Not
like a full
Wegmans.
No, this would be full ass
If the
Wegmans.
smaller ones couldn't survive there,
But like the kind you have on East Avenue.
No, I
it's a
get it.
smaller version of a Wegmans.
but that's
Put it
also
there.
right down the street. It's not far.
I love how you go not a hipster grocery store, Wegmans,
Not
where
a
I
hipster
can
store.
buy a purple pineapple, a sub, or a separate sandwich that's fancier than a sub.
Yeah.
Which you just, bro,
Regular
Wegmans,
working man food.
Wegmans is a hipster grocery.
No, but they also have regular stuff too.
Yeah, sure, man.
They got the pizza,
Yeah,
the
they
sushi.
They won't. They won't sell their version of Diet Coke anymore because it doesn't fit the food you feel good about label. But they're not a hipster grocery
I
store.
think it would work. That's a one company that could pull it off because it's got the name.
But then again, that East Ave Wegmans is not that far from there.
Yeah, but like downtown, I don't know. Like, do people travel that far? Like people that work downtown all day run right in there and grab their stuff and screw.
Look, I mean, it would be an interesting experiment, but I don't think Danny.
Especially people on the west side, they had to go home at night.
Sure. Look, I think it would be an interesting experiment. I don't think Danny Wegman.
No,
is
they probably
in
won't.
the-
But that
yeah,
would be the way to go.
Yeah. So you want to grow? You want a Wegmans?
Oh yeah,
Okay. Why don't you call Danny, or when you're in Pittsburgh today, talk to your higher up.
I see it more than you think.
Oh, so tell him then.
I always give him a big thumbs up.
Do you?
Daddy,
Don't do that.
daddy boy.
He'll definitely remember you forever.
Sure.
There's that idiot that keeps going. Ah! Ah!
We have similar shoes.
Can't argue that. Let's take a break.
All right.
It is the coldest you've ever been in your life.
It's
today.
brutal,
It is.
bro.
Oh my God.
Mm-hmm.
And folks are trying to figure out any way they can to stay warm. Just going from their house to their car, from their car to their job. If you're working outside today, holy crap!
Mm-hmm. I don't know
good
if you
luck.
can.
God knows. God knows, Tom.
Mm.
But technology improves everything, and it improves now our way to stay warm because there are new coats that have been in the market for a couple of years now that people are swearing by. And here's the thing. If you buy the name brand version, everything is totally fine. But Kimmy, you know how people are.
Mm-hmm.
They want deals.
Yeah.
And you used
Basically the same thing.
a term that has become very popular with Gen Z and Gen Alpha.
What's that?
The dupe,
Dupe.
if you
Dupe.
will.
All right.
Dupe. And if you are someone that decided to save a little money, you're going to be warmer than you've ever been
This is what you want.
because you might be on fire. We'll get to it next here in the break room. I'll see you, Matt. We thought it was cold yesterday.
Yeah.
Welcome to the coldest day of your life.
Yeah, yesterday was a dress rehearsal.
Folks are doing everything, Tommy, they can to keep warm.
Mm-hmm.
And new
But there's
technology.
only so much you can do.
Oh, Tommy, technology has changed that.
Oh, what's going on?
People are staying super toasty with these popular jackets and vests.
Well, toast on.
But as with all things,
Hmm?
they can be great for a situation until something goes wrong. And it's not about the ones you should be buying. Those are totally fine.
Mm.
It's the ones that are gonna.
But how do you know?
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. Just after 7 o'clock this morning, we are all getting ready for Bills Chiefs Sunday, 6:30. Come on.
Must see TV.
Okay. So I have once again been granted an amazing opportunity.
What's going on with you in your life?
I'll share with you. I'll share with you just after 7 o'clock. But I'm not entirely sure what irony is, but I think this is irony.
Oh.
Because I'm going to have an opportunity to witness what might be the greatest thing these eyes have ever seen. And if it were to happen, I can't react the way that I've been imagining my entire life.
Oh.
And we'll get to it.
At least not right away.
But that's the time you do it.
Yeah.
We'll get to it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. Right now, it is 1 degree.
No, okay.
But
At least we got one going
Yeah,
for us.
well, but see, we don't really, because it feels like minus 10 degrees outside. And if you're trying to stay warm,
Yeah.
you could pull a Tommy and put on like 5 layers.
Yeah.
Or you can use technology.
Ooh, tech up. What do I do?
So, Tommy, you haven't seen these heated vests and jackets?
No.
Really?
So what do you plug them in like a blanket?
So if you're not familiar, they have a rechargeable battery inside that connects.
Yeah, those never go wrong.
That connects to, I guess you describe them as like coils inside
All
the
right,
coat.
so it's like a heating blanket.
Yeah, you got it. Kim,
Yeah.
you've seen these before.
Yeah.
And they heat up and they keep you toasty warm until the battery dies out. And these things over the last 3-4 years have become super popular.
I'm sure.
Like, I'm a hockey dad. They're everywhere at rinks. Everyone at the rink has.
Heated vests, heated jackets, heated socks I've seen.
The socks are new.
Yeah.
Heated gloves. The gloves,
Yeah.
they're making gloves now.
Yeah.
And today would be the perfect day to have one of these items.
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But as with most new things, this morning there are warnings.
Beware.
Well, Tommy, there are name brand jackets that have been making these things for years that are 100% safe.
They got it down to a science.
Literal science. The battery is the same one in your cell phone, so there's no real extra danger there. The energy it emits, it's small, so you're not going to burst into flame. Although, even those jacket makers on their website warn, these coats should not be worn by children, pregnant women, or people with heart conditions.
Or probably long. I bet you they have certain things they warn you about, like don't keep it on for too long.
Well, the
things
battery's
like
going to
that.
die.
Yeah.
All
that-
right.
Oh, true.
By the way, I don't know why those people can't wear these.
The elderly?
It's a little concerning.
No,
Why
it's an
can't I wear
elderly.
it if I'm pregnant? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Or
children-
what is it affecting?
Pregnant and heart conditions.
Okay.
It's our search for a deal that has led to some issues.
Well, sure, because I'm pretty sure these things are pricey.
Yeah, they are. But companies that don't specialize in these jackets have started to make them.
Oh, great. So
And-
you're getting a reduced price
Yes.
from a warmth.
Yeah, they found a way to make them cheap. And wouldn't you know,
Yeah.
there have been some issues. For example, a woman in Arkansas had her coat burst into flames when her battery exploded.
Oh,
God
no.
damn.
She said she bought the coat online. It was not one of the name brands. And that's
Oh.
not the only story we've seen like this. Now, that woman was okay, thank goodness, but there was a point where her coat was on fire. So,
Yeah.
And now you're without a coat. Like if you are outside doing something.
That's not the worst part. You're on fire and
Well,
you're still
yeah,
in
but I- well-
Arkansas.
I mean, let's say you notice the flame, you take off the coat, and you obviously had that coat on for a reason.
Yeah.
Depending on if you were close to indoors.
the last thing I'm thinking about if my coat catches on fire and I manage to take it off is now I'm cold.
Well, not
Yes.
right away.
I'd much rather be cold than a flame.
Okay.
Is that fair?
Yeah.
So here's the thing. If you want to spend the money on a reputable heated jacket, sounds like for most people there's nothing to worry about. And Tommy, you asked what they cost?
Yeah.
These reputable name brand jackets, companies that specialize in them, can run anywhere from $200 to $500
$500?
depending on the brand. Well, yeah, those are like really good.
LL
Yeah.
Bean.
Well, I don't know if LL Bean makes them. Like there are specific companies that like invented this technology.
Damn.
That's all they make.
Yes. And that $500 jacket, it's a really good jacket.
Okay.
Plus, it's got the coils inside. However, some of these knockoffs you can get your hands on from overseas, like $100.
Yeah, but those run on kerosene.
Now, here's the thing.
$100.
There's no guarantee
Yeah.
the cheaper version is going to burst into flame. And
Yeah.
like the stories we've seen, they're few and far between. So you're probably okay
Okay.
buying a cheaper version. but
Yeah.
there is a chance that you're hotter than you've ever been in your life.
You're going to need a skin graft.
You got it. You taking the risk?
No.
No?
No. Man, no, because that's all would be in my head.
Is that you're going to catch on fire?
Yeah, like if it starts getting nice and warm, is this thing working right? Is it getting too warm?
You'd have to have somebody with you that's on like flame watch. Just let me know if something's smoking or something's on fire that I can't see.
I just find it weird that you are so opposed to taking that risk, Tommy, considering every jacket you've ever worn is super flaming. Kimmy, would you take the risk with the cheaper jacket?
Okay. If I knew somebody who had one of these and swore by it, I probably would. I wouldn't be the first to try it.
So like a cheaper version, they bought the cheaper version.
Yeah, let's say they bought a
fine.
cheaper version. They've had it for a little while now. It's been great. You should buy one. I would do it based on somebody's personal recommendation, but I wouldn't do it not knowing a thing about it.
Okay. Now, I understand both of your hesitations there. And it makes sense, right? Like nobody wants to risk catching on fire to save $100.
Yes.
But it is strange that we throw caution to the wind with other potentially dangerous stuff and we don't even think about it.
Like what?
For example, you're only supposed to use the chargers that like come with your phone or laptops or chargers that are made specifically by the company that makes your electronics. But when those break, we have no problem going to places like Five Below and buying the cheapest option
The
possible.
ones that get a little warm to the touch.
Kimmy, there are so many fires annually from cheap phone chargers, cheap laptop chargers, and like there's stories everywhere. If you Google it, they will scream at you, do not buy cheap chargers. They have a high risk of catching on fire. And we still do it, and we don't even think about
But they
it.
make the super nice long ones.
Yeah. So like the fire has it's a nice fuse into your hand.
The thing is, too, so if you bought a phone, especially like an Apple phone, they used to give you the charger. So I'm guessing more people now than ever, have the cheaper chargers because you have to go out and buy one separately, like you're forced to now.
Yeah.
Wait, so when you buy an iPhone now, they don't give you,
You get
all
a
this stuff?
cord,
How
but you don't
old
get
is
the
your
part that plugs
iPhone?
into the wall.
Well, this one here, I think it's a 9 or a 10.
You got 9?
9 or a 10.
Jeez.
Runs on kerosene. Is that old?
Yeah, I have an old one, and mine's like a 13.
Oh, excuse
Yeah.
me.
So they won't give you like the thing that plugs into the wall anymore.
Because, they used to give you all the stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, you don't get that. They
Man,
make you
what
buy
are
the
they? How
block.
much are they now?
The blocks are like what, 30,
I don't.
30
They're
bucks?
up there.
No, I'm saying, how much is an iPhone now?
Oh.
Like 12, 1300?
I never pay.
I always
you
do
don't
the
really.
monthly
Yeah.
thing.
Well, you pay for it over the time.
I don't. I just sign. I don't look.
Oh.
If I looked, I wouldn't buy it.
Yeah, probably.
252 WCMF 252-9263. On the coldest day of your life this morning, we're talking about these very popular new heated jackets. They have essentially a phone battery on the inside. You can take it out and charge it. You put it back in, plug it in your coat. It's got coils in the coat, and it keeps you warm. They also make vest versions, gloves, socks, hats, all of these things. And there are companies that specialize in making these. They've been doing them for a couple of years, and those are safe as long as you're not a pregnant woman, child, or someone with a heart condition. However, as Kimmy put it, the term dupe.
So what is dupe?
It's a knockoff. It's something very similar to the original. They seem to have like made it as similar as possible, but
Like a
it's just
duplicate, or
you're not
duped?
getting the I don't know. There's always some difference.
Right.
I think it's based on duplicate, but it works both ways.
So it's a knockoff.
Yeah, let me explain what happened.
It's chintz.
Yeah. So my kids love the term dupe.
Dupe, all right.
Right. It's become very popular with Kimmy's age and below, and it's because it sounds cooler than saying knockoff.
Oh.
It's a dupe sweatshirt.
Okay.
It's a dupe Stanley. They're dupe Lululemon leggings.
So you want chintz.
Yeah,
All
but it's almost become like a point of pride.
All right, that you didn't spend the money.
Yes, like these are dupes. I got the dupes.
All right.
My kids say dupe all
So
the
you
time.
don't look like a sucker paying retail.
Yeah, I guess, but yeah,
I know.
I bought the knockoff.
And now you're on fire.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Ian. Hey, Ian, how are you, buddy?
What's going on, man?
What up?
So I actually have one of those jackets that you guys are talking about. I had bought a Milwaukee one because I bought one off Amazon. I don't remember what the brand was,
Okay.
but that actually did catch on fire.
Wait, your jacket caught fire, the one you bought off of Amazon.
Yes.
How?
It was like $150. So the batteries are bad and they end up shorting inside. And then they just explode like the old cell phone batteries, like when smartphones first got popular.
Were you wearing it when it exploded?
No.
Well, that's lucky.
Well, your house, was
crap.
it plugged in? I mean, what happened?
The battery. I just left the battery in, and I got out of my car. And when I came back in from my job,
It was on fire in your car.
yep.
Oh my
damn.
God. Okay.
So you won't buy another knockoff after that, right?
No, I wouldn't.
All right. So
Okay.
you said you bought the Milwaukee one, the like
And
workman's wear.
that's a big name.
No, he said he went and bought the Milwaukee one
Yeah.
afterwards.
Yeah.
Oh. all right.
Okay. So Ian, I assume you're an outdoor working class guy.
Yes, I actually work on cars.
Okay. Do you get crap from your coworkers as a dude, tough, working with your hands, wearing a battery-powered jacket?
Oh, that's just part of the job.
Okay. All right. Well, no, I'm curious because, yeah, thanks for the call, but I really
I
appreciate
guess you
it.
might not know, right? It just looks like a regular jacket.
So,
So it's on fire.
the jackets that I've seen,
Yeah.
they the logo
Mm-hmm.
is a button, and when you press the button, it turns red to let you know that the jacket
so
is heating up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so you know when someone's
Okay.
jacket is on, right?
Like it's like an on button.
Yeah. Now I find it funny. The winter coat I have keeps me warm, so I haven't had to look into anything. But there's a lot of tough guy dads whose daughters play on my daughter's hockey
yeah,
team,
yeah.
and they have these warm jackets, and I'm always curious, nobody's ever given me crap about that. If I
Well,
worked on a job site, I would be
You
afraid.
kind of pussed out putting it on.
Okay, with what you're wearing.
Yeah, but I'm a major puss.
Yeah, wasn't that your rank in the army before?
Yes,
they
I was
discharged you?
certified puss. Major puss.
I would be afraid if I worked on a construction
Oh,
site.
there's no way I'm walking around in front of actual men wearing
But
that.
if everybody's got one,
But they don't.
And he
I
says,
don't know. According to him, he's like it's the norm.
I mean, I'm guessing most guys wear, Carhartt, something like that.
no, but Milwaukee is like a Carhartt
Yeah.
dupe.
All right.
When I see somebody wearing something or using stuff that says Milwaukee, I assume that guy knows what he's doing. Then again, I don't know what I'm doing, so maybe I'm
Quality
wrong.
town, good town.
I think the most interesting part of this discussion,
What's that?
again with the heated jackets and the knockoffs that are catching on fire, it feels like we're willing to risk more of our safety when we're cold.
Oh,
Because fire can be dangerous if you don't know what you're doing.
yeah.
But it doesn't stop people who have never done it from building a bonfire outside on a cold
Mm-hmm.
night, starting up their fireplace even though they have no idea what they're doing. Space heaters the most dangerous by
Yeah, that's
far.
yeah.
Electric blankets, those catch on fire all of the time. But you don't want to be cold, so you'll risk catching a flame.
Yep.
Here's the thing about electric blankets. You only ever buy one.
Why is
You
that?
never buy a second one.
Why is that?
So if you bought an electric blanket 30 years ago, that's still your electric blanket. Unless it craps out, nobody goes and buys a second one. Everybody I've ever known, oh, yeah, we've had that thing for 15 years. Still works like a charm.
That's not dangerous?
Of course, it's dangerous as hell.
I don't know.
But if you buy one, because you don't use it that often, you're never going to replace it unless it doesn't work.
Okay. I feel like if my wife had an electric blanket, she would have to replace it every 2 years because you would use it every single night.
Oh, I mean, yeah, I guess if you wear it out. But if you're an occasional electric blanket person or a heating pad.
Casual electric blanket?
Like my parents had a heating pad for 60 years.
Was it like a
Oh!
It had one of
electric
those.
one, or was it?
Yeah, it was one for
battery
your back or your knee or
yeah,
whatever.
yeah.
And it had a cloth, almost like cord to it, like that old school cord.
I
Yeah.
remember, yeah.
And the weird old plug. I remember throwing it out when we cleaned out their. And they used it all the time.
Could you imagine what that smelled like sitting on your dad's ass?
Oh,
Oh!
but it was kind of. It wasn't brown.
Ah, come on!
But it was like,
It was,
you could tell
worn
where
out.
you can tell where
Yeah.
the heat had discolored it so much,
Oh,
and they used it all the time because they're all achy.
they don't make them like they used to.
Are you talking about his dad or the heating pads?
The heating
Both.
pad.
And I don't know. I don't want to know where my mother used it.
What?
What?
Well, whenever I wanted a hot meal,
Where would you go?
that's why she used the pet. Never mind. We prepare for the biggest game
Oh boy.
in the last 3 decades for the Buffalo Bills on Sunday. And you need to be in a good place to watch it because if things go the way we want them to go, God, I can't even imagine the emotion that's going to pour
Yeah.
over the
No.
Bills Mafia. And that leads us to what I believe is the ultimate irony, personally.
Mm.
I have been granted an amazing opportunity that I'm going to take full advantage of. And I didn't even think about it, just jumped at it.
Yeah.
We're going. But I realize that if what we all want to happen happens, everything
You're
I've
in a
ever
tough spot either way.
we'll get into it
All right.
next here in the break room. I'll see you, man. on one hand, it's a chance to witness history.
This is unbelievable.
Be there if your team does something we all lay down and dream of every single night.
Yeah.
And it's a moment you'll remember for the rest of your life. And I'm not entirely sure I understand what the word irony means, but I think, Tommy, this is a cruel irony. Because even though you'd be there to witness it, reacting the way you'd want to, the way we all imagine we would, could put you in a very dangerous position.
But why? It's America. You should be free to do what you want.
That's why, buddy. Because it's America.
Oh.
You're hanging out the breaker, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF, just after 7:25, 7:30. We all see things that may not be legal. We have seen
shady.
Things, yeah, at jobs we've had maybe now or in the past. And some people choose to look the other way.
Yeah.
This person did not. In fact, they blew in the most powerful person where they worked.
Ooh, Narcola.
That's right. And they did the right thing. But they also may have cost themselves. We'll get into the story just after 7:30 here in the break room on CMF. Bills, Chiefs, 6:30, Sunday night.
Come on.
Winner goes to the Super Bowl. And Tommy,
yeah,
I would imagine that every Bills fan has taken at least a second to stop and imagine how they are going to react wherever they are if the Bills manage to do what we all want them to do.
Oh, yeah, it'll be iced in time.
Right?
Yeah.
Like that feeling of emotion that would wash over all of us. Like 30 years of frustration. Ah!
Yeah.
So with that in mind, I have been given an unbelievable opportunity.
What's going on?
Once again, work
once again?
Work has offered to fly me out to Kansas City, this time for the AFC Championship game. I got tickets. I'm going to be in the building for this game. I am going with our boss, who is in Kansas City. I cannot believe it, but it is happening.
Ooh, King Brown Nose.
That's right, bro.
Well, you must have impressed him enough
Kansas
the
City
first time.
Brown Nose.
Where you got the second invite.
I mean, I tried to
Second
Year number
invite.
2.
That's quite a feather in your brown nosing cap.
And not only a second invite, but a second invite to the biggest game of the season to this point.
I try to tell you guys I'm fun. You don't want to listen to me.
Yeah.
Our boss seems to think so.
I guess.
Or he thinks I'm handsome. One of the two. I
How
don't
bad
know.
are things going in Kansas City? So this is great, Pat.
So that's just it.
Congratulations, by the way.
Thank you. When I was informed of this, I squealed like a little girl.
Yeah.
And I've been, as soon as the Bills, because last week he reaches out to me and he goes, if the Chiefs do their thing, the Bills do their thing, we'd like to invite you out. I'm like, oh my God. So not only do I have the anxiety of a playoff game with that Ravens game,
Right.
I now know the Chiefs are moving on. I know what is at stake here, right?
So what's the problem?
Well, Sunday night, I'm over the moon, right? I'm already getting my stuff together. I'm
You should.
I'm laying out my clothes like I'm a kindergartner on the first day of school, right? And then I started thinking,
What's that?
well, because the Bills are a game away from playing in a Super Bowl, and I, like an idiot, allowed myself to imagine what would happen if I was there to witness the Bills win it. Like we said, Tommy, 30 years of pent-up fandom, and I'm watching this happen in front of my face, and how I would lose it, just lose it with joy and excitement. And I realized where I will be, I probably can't do that there.
Oh, you can't overreact because of the Kansas City fans.
You can. It may come with some consequences.
Well,
though.
I never hear Kansas City being like mean people. Philly's got that reputation.
Sure, yeah.
We've got that reputation for getting out of control. They never seem to be crazy.
But I think any team that could potentially lose a game that big, I guess you don't really know, right?
I just figure Kansas City people are nice, warm,
It only takes 1 or 2 dicks.
kind of fat, full of ribs. They're not going to they got a rock to get out of the chair to beat your ass.
The phone number is 252-WCMF.
He mentioned that when he would go there. Somebody said that.
252-9266.
They like being teased like that.
Look, you're right. I was in Kansas City for the game last year.
Yeah.
I was the only Bills fan in the entire section I was in. And with the exception of one douchey old man who told me to go F myself at the end of the game,
Oh, so your dad went.
everyone was very nice. But to Kimmy's point, that game I was at last season did not have the significance this game.
Yeah, regular season.
And when the Bills won, I wasn't flipping the F out, which would be the absolute appropriate response if the Bills managed to handle business on Sunday night. And I'm going to be honest with you.
Yeah.
On top of the nerves for the actual game, I am pretty damn nervous about how the interactions are going to go with other fans. Because it's not just the end result, Tommy. Every single play.
Every drive, every point, every inch.
Yeah, every snap.
Tense.
Will be so much more significant with what is on the line. You, we, all of us as Bills fans are going to be reacting times 10 to everything.
Especially
Oh,
if the
yeah.
game comes down to the wire like it did last week.
Well, every Chiefs-Bills game comes down to the wire.
Yeah, true.
Every single game they play comes down to the wire. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263, and I'm asking sincerely because I'm not sure what to do. Do I react the way I normally would react throughout that game and let whatever happen happen? Or do I sit on my hands for the sake of my safety and the safety of the guy I'll be with? Because, if I was going with other Bills fans,
Safety in numbers.
Exactly. If there's 3 or 4 guys, not that there's going to be a problem, but
Yeah.
I think there is a human psychological difference when you see 4 people doing something as opposed
You're a
to
little
one.
more comfortable.
It's not even that. It's the fact that you're our boss's guest.
Yes.
So you got to keep that in mind. It's like if you were just going with a bunch of your buddies, it's one thing, but because you're a guest of his and he's kind of like paying the way.
Also a Chiefs fan, by the way. He is a Chiefs fan, so I will be sitting next to a Chiefs fan.
Right. But and he's casual. I don't think he's deep. I think you got to play nice, don't you?
Well, no, okay, but no, I'm not going to be a dick. I'm not going to like turn around and double bird
No, I
everybody.
understand.
I'm just talking jumping
But
up.
you're loud, you're big, you're a doofus.
Hell,
you got a
man.
stupid big mouth. Your head's like ginormous, even by Midwestern standards. You got a big head even from Missouri. And Missouri's got some big-headed boys.
Well, it is a show me state. I'll
Yeah.
show you my head. Is that Missouri, right?
Yeah, in the bathroom usually.
Shut up. No,
I think you got to play it cool. Like I do. Because what are you wearing? You wearing all your stupid
Okay,
stuff?
so here's the thing. It's going to be 20 degrees at game time, right? So I have to.
All right, so here we go.
Well, no, I got to stay warm. I got
There's
to
going
wear
to be some Bills clown sitting there.
Bills clown.
I'm going to see you on camera.
I've got my Zubaz overalls that I'm going to wear.
Okay, Claude number 1.
What are you talking about? I got my plan. I've already got my outfit planned out. I've got my Zubaz overalls. I got my Bills turtleneck, my Bills hoodie, my Jack Kemp jersey, and the hat I'm wearing now. That's my plan. And then my Bills starter jacket.
Okay.
I mean, I'm a Bills fan. What am I
All
doing?
right, all right. You could dial that back a
No,
little
I'm
bit.
no, I'm not. Look, I'm not.
Oh.
Wait, I'm gonna go undercover. That's the biggest puss move of all. I'm wearing my colors in that stadium.
Okay.
Kimmy, I can't not wear what I'm gonna wear. Right?
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. I was on
Tommy
the phone. So
suggested-
Tommy said don't
Tommy
wear your
suggested-
Dial
Bills
it
stuff.
back a little
Dial
bit.
back on the Bills stuff. No, I'm not doing that.
No. I mean, if you're going to go to the game, you can't be a coward about it.
Thank you. But does it make me a coward to even consider like sitting on my hands a little bit during that game? Because I do kind of feel like a coward.
No, I mean, just for your own, I would think, I wouldn't, blame somebody for doing that at an away game. You're kind of feeling out the situation when you first get there. You don't want to come in hot and annoy everybody around you.
No, okay, no. I'm not talking coming in hot. I'm just, I mean, Kim,
As the game builds.
yeah, and like,
And the excitement builds.
the reaction of a touchdown catch or an interception or a fumble recovery or a big hit. Like
The clouds open up, and you can see the mighty face of Jack Kemp looking down on the stadium.
252 WCMF,
You think Jack Kemp's in heaven?
252-9263.
I don't know what kind of guy he was.
Yeah, I mean, he seemed like a good
Seemed
dude.
like a good guy.
Seemed
man.
like a good dude.
But, it was back in the day. you
yeah,
know?
I don't know. I mean, look, I'm trying not to think about it because I'd like to wear his jersey out Sunday.
Right.
Nobody send me any.
Yeah, nobody knows who Jack Kemp is.
Well, in Kansas City, they will.
Well, I mean, there had to be some old fart.
So there is a museum because Casey.
Wait, is it Jack Kemp Museum?
You idiot. The Kansas City and Buffalo were two of the original AFL
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
franchises. In fact, Ralph Wilson lent money to Lamar Hunt to ensure that the Kansas City Chiefs didn't go under. So we are linked forever in history. And inside the stadium, the Chiefs did an unbelievable job of preserving their stadium that they built the same time Highmark was
yeah.
built. And they have an AFL museum.
Oh, so he's in there.
There's like a bunch of Bills memorabilia with Jack Kemp stuff, so which
Oh,
I feel it's
okay, all right.
appropriate to wear this jersey to the game.
Very cool.
It's almost homage, and
Okay.
it's super warm. It's one of the old school long ones.
All right, it's a deep cut, but cool.
Shut up. Like, you
Jack
don't know.
Kemp is a deep cut, bro.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. As the only Bills fan, I assume, where I will be sitting, with a man
yeah.
who is also a Chiefs fan. The potential for seeing history and the natural reaction you would have watching this game in Kansas City. Do I pull it back? Out of fear for my safety? Because it only takes one. Everyone was cool, but it only takes one.
And you got to think about the guy that brought you to, because he's now stuck with you.
Yeah.
If things go south.
Yeah.
And he's really doing he's really doing you a solid.
And he's more a lover than a fighter, it seems, man.
He's a sweet big guy.
That's what I'm saying. Like, he looks intimidating, but he's
But
a
he's
very
not.
kind man,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's like radio soft guy.
I didn't say that. I got to see him this weekend. Could you not?
No, I mean he's a big softy. Nice guy.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm saying he's good. He's good people.
All right, 252 WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to John. Hey, John, how are you, buddy?
Good morning. How are you?
Good, man. What's up?
-9 here. I'm freezing.
Yeah, it's cold, John. It's cold.
Yeah, I think you should walk softly and carry a big stick.
Go on.
Meaning that I would be a little reserved, and I would save it so when they win, you can just kind of just go, and then we go to the Super Bowl.
Okay. So do the 90s R&B lead sing. Okay. All right. So
Play it cool.
I don't know if I have that in me. I'll be honest with you. You know how I get when I'm watching games.
It is hard.
It's a natural reaction.
I know, but for me, it's. I got to tell you, sometimes I have to get in the truck and just drive around. Like in the third period last weekend, I just had to get in my truck and drive and listen to it on the radio because I just get crazy, when they're not scoring in the third period, and I'm like, or the third quarter, I should say. And I just have to get out and drive and listen to it on the radio. And they seem to do better when I listen to them on the radio.
I will sit in the car, John.
I'm kind of with them on that. Like sometimes if I'm in between places and I'm driving, for whatever reason, it just makes me feel better to listen to it on the radio.
Well, I mean,
I'm like, they must be doing well.
Brownie does a great job, too. It's not the worst experience. Hey, John, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
You're welcome. Hey, good luck.
Thanks, buddy. Thank you. Go Bills.
Bye.
There goes John. It's the ultimate cruel irony here.
Yeah.
Tickets to the biggest game of the last 30 years in Bills history. The opportunity to witness history with my own eyes. And no matter what happens, I'm still seeing history, right? But it's also the ultimate cruel irony, right? Like, I cannot let my emotions fly where I am. And I guess it raises this question. 252 WCMF. Would the average Bills fan rather have a single ticket to this game in Kansas City where you are there on your own, or would you rather watch it at home with the people you care about the most, Bills-wise? Because no matter how the game goes on Sunday, being with your Bills family, whether that's your real family or just other Bills fans, will make the experience better. You'll be there with them for this potential once-in-a-lifetime moment.
Yeah, but I would take – what you saying, take one or the other?
Taking solo at the game or at home on TV with your Bills family.
I would take that solo Kansas City experience. You'll always have that other. Like this rare moment that you're being afforded here. You have to take it.
I don't know if you will always have the other, though. Like, how many opportunities are people going to have to go to an AFC championship?
No, but to have all that is very rare.
No, that's what I mean.
You would never do this on your own.
No, I couldn't afford this, no.
So you take this experience, and the other stuff, who cares? You've already done all that.
But, I mean,
you want to hear their same stupid stories about when they went to a game?
I'm saying, like, if I, being with my brother on Sunday and, like, if the best thing in the world happens, being there with him, like, it's been a roller coaster ride for all of us since we were 4 years old. Like, that would be nice. I mean, it's not as nice as being there in person, but I also would be able to jump around and run outside in the neighborhood and scream my lungs out at 10:30 at night.
I mean, I love your brother.
Yeah.
You got to find family. Enough. Go to Kansas City and have fun.
252
Unless you get to rub it in his face.
I don't want. Yeah.
You're
right. You're right.
King Rub.
I'm gonna rub King Rub. You call
Wait till your old man finds out. You're gonna get double rubs out of this.
Wait, I'm gonna get rubs from my brother and my dad.
Oh yeah, they're gonna hate you, and you're gonna love every minute of it.
252 WCMF. I'll be in Kansas City for this game on Sunday. I cannot wait. But it occurs to me as I'm falling asleep the other night that if what we all hope happens, I'm not going to be able to lose it.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be able to. I'm going to be a blue dot in a sea of red. When the guy I'm going with, our boss, who invited me out, very kind of him, he's also a Chiefs fan. So he's not even there to. I'm afraid maybe he'll punch me in the side of the head. Let's talk to Stuart. Hey, Stu, how are you, buddy?
I'm fine. The Kansas City fans are very mellow. You won't have to worry. And who's playing at halftime? The Kingston Trio.
Wait.
No,
remember?
It's a callback from a terrible joke that he did like a year ago.
I don't remember.
The joke was so bad.
Yeah.
I remember what he said.
All right.
No.
You don't like this one?
Still, I'm gonna let you go, buddy. Thanks for the call. We were
I don't even remember the stupid
call.
No,
joke.
it was so bad.
Yes.
Okay. 252 WCMF. Kimmy, what would you choose? Would you choose the AFC
Oh,
Championship
you take
game?
the unique experience.
She's taking all the freebies.
Good or
bro.
bad? No, I just think good or bad. Like if you stay home to watch this thing at home with the usual crew, it's a guaranteed, non-confrontational watch party
Same old,
experience.
same old.
Sure.
But if you go and if you don't go and they win, you're going to be watching that on TV with the worst, FOMO
Yeah,
you've
okay.
ever had in your life.
It's a good
you
call.
know?
Oh, yeah,
Like,
if they win, you get to see the trophy ceremony, all that stuff.
I'll be honest
I think
with you.
you got to take it just for the chance you get to witness that in person.
So not to sound, honestly, like just as a football fan, period.
Yeah.
No matter what happens, I am actually excited to see the trophy ceremony because I've never seen it in
Yeah.
person. Like,
Yeah.
it'll be pretty
Right.
cool. It'll be way cooler the other way.
Yes.
And by the way, I say this now, maybe when it's
Grab some
happening,
of that confetti out of the air.
I think everybody's going to leave. You can walk almost, you can almost like walk and touch Jim Nance.
he's already you're talking about my close
Yeah.
personal friend, Jim Nance.
Right, you go out for a big fat steak the night before, a couple of drinks. What's not to like about this?
The anxiety, though, man. I'm going to be in this hotel room when I wake up on Sunday morning by myself, just like pacing. I'm going to be pacing all morning long. 6:30 kickoff, man. I got all day in Missouri.
Oh, yeah.
Ugh.
Kansas City's a nice town.
I like Kansas City.
Especially this time of the year. It's lovely.
252 WCMF. Jeremy, how are you, buddy? What's going on?
For the Friday picks, when everyone comes in, I think they should run as the Chiron. What Tommy said. I love your brother, but enough. Right at the bottom of the screen. It's going to be almost 40 on Sunday. So, it'll be a damn heat wave as far as you're concerned. So you'll enjoy that. I think you should go the other way. I don't think you should sit on your hands at all. In fact, I have a plan for you.
Ooh.
I think your boss should have his phone ready to record you. You should find that other Kelsey brother, whatever the hell his name is. And after they lose, you should say, man, your brother, he stinks. Couldn't make any catches. And then when he drops, 4 gay slurs on you, you'll be famous. It'll be wonderful. How does this guy still have a deal with Disney after doing that? I don't get it. They all stink. I hope you go and have the greatest time. And when Kansas City falls on their face, we can be jealous of you on Monday that you went and had an experience. All right?
Thanks, Jeremy.
Bye, Dix.
Well, listen, I want you all to know. You're all coming with me in my heart, man.
Oh, kiss
Everyone,
my
listen,
ass.
I'm bringing all you. I'm bringing Rochester with
You
me.
can't come.
Man, you can't actually come. You can't actually come. Well, it's actually bringing that up here.
Yeah.
Leanne writes us on Instagram. She says, I just tuned in. Now does Kimmy get to go with you to Kansas City this time?
Oh.
No.
Wait, you didn't get the ask?
No, I guess my invite got lost again. So
Oh, you want to play this game? You remember?
Just Pat.
You want me to talk about what
Wait,
happened?
that's double slaps.
Well, you remember what happened last time?
I forgot what happened.
So I got invited. He was a new boss.
Yeah,
He was a
yeah.
new
Yeah,
boss.
yeah.
So
And we
he-
love this guy.
And he was,
Oh, yeah.
but he was inviting me out so I could meet him for the first time.
Yeah.
So I go and I get invited, and it was a weird situation because I felt bad, but I didn't want to tell our new boss.
sure,
no.
it was a difficult spot.
But he didn't invite Kim.
He
didn't.
have any leverage.
And we talked about it on the air,
Yeah.
and Kimmy was very upset with me, and I didn't understand
Well, as
why.
a football fan, she eats
And
this stuff up.
I just
get
thought
it,
like
though.
maybe I'd mention it.
So then after
Yeah.
we did that,
Yeah.
he did, in fact, reach out to you, to which case you said, I don't want to go anymore. If I'm not invited in the first place, I don't want to
Well,
go.
it is kind of.
Well,
It was a
last minute.
secondary offer.
But why would he invite her now if she already shot him down? It's a no-win spot.
It's fine.
I feel no guilt this time. You had your opportunity. Maybe he would have invited you this time too, had you not been like, oh, now you buy me to
I mean, unless he doesn't like her.
Oh, I think we get along okay.
But everybody thinks everybody likes him, right?
Yeah, you get
Yeah.
along with him so well. You were invited. Oh, no, you weren't.
Tommy wasn't invited.
Well, yeah.
Was that because
He's
they
not
don't
gonna
trust
invite some-
Tommy to run the board back here?
I'm 66. They could care less about me. They're not going to
You're
invest
invisible.
anything in my ass.
Not in that sweater.
I'm not a leader in the hallway.
Leader in the hallway.
Hey, you can make fun of me all you want.
I just did.
I'm getting on a plane and going to watch
No,
AFC Championship game. Yo
listen,
ass here.
You have worked very hard, Pat.
Shut
you
up.
earned every
Shut up.
bit of it.
Shut
I'm
up.
very proud of you.
Yo, the other thing I'm like excited, dreading also.
What's that?
What?
So I'll be broadcasting live from the studios in Kansas City on Monday,
Yeah.
flying back after that. Last time I did this, it was awesome because the Bills had won, and I only had my Bill stuff with me.
Yeah.
So I wore it in the studio, and I'm like,
Yeah.
bro,
What?
if the Bills do this,
And when?
and I'm walking around, of course I'm going to rub it in everybody's face.
Sure.
But if they don't, and I only have my Bills, that's going to suck
Yeah.
real hard.
It's going to be a sad day in that studio.
Real long, real hard.
Now, one thing you got to be careful about too
What's that?
is next season. If we go back and play Kansas City again.
Casey
something-
comes here, but it would be the
No, but
playoffs.
if it's a
Yeah,
player
yeah,
or something like that, you don't want to screw the pooch here because you like to keep this going, like a little tradition. You and our big boss in Kansas City, get to go hang out with the guys.
Sure.
So you got to invite him here for that game.
So I did no, I didn't. I was gonna, and then I didn't. But I'll do it next year. Thanks, bud.
Oh yeah. Then you gotta show him around.
Right.
Yeah, we
right.
took
You gotta
Right.
pick
You're
up the
going to play
tab.
host.
We took him to Agatina's last time he was here. That's pretty much an AFC Championship game?
Yeah, pretty much.
All right, let's take a break. Speaking of bosses,
Yeah.
look, we've all worked for bosses in the past at jobs we've had that may be a little, how do I put this, shady.
Mm.
And that seems to be the allegation here. One woman who says she knew what this man was doing decided she was going to blow him in. And we'll give you all the allegations he's facing.
Yeah.
And she did the right thing.
Okay.
It also seems by doing what she did, she screwed herself hard. And we'll get into it next here in the break room. I'll see you back. Whatever you do for a living,
Yeah.
you have a job description. And that, no more, no less, is what you are responsible for. But this person we're going to tell you about went above and beyond.
Oh.
And in doing so, got the person who owns the place they worked at put in handcuffs.
Jesus Christ, man.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. How about your chance of $5,000?
$5,000, Kimmy.
$5K a day cash contest is back. It's easy to win. You download the free Odyssey app. You log in. You listen to CMF each day for a minimum of 1 hour. That is your entry. But, 1 hour, it's just a nibble of the brilliance we bring you every day. That is your chance at $5,000. One winner will be randomly selected every weekday during this national contest. Good luck from your friends here in the break room on CMF. Tommy, this story starts with a cleaning company.
Oh.
Rock Scrubby is owned by a man in Webster.
Oh.
And over the summer, an employee of the company claims that this owner was being dishonest with customers.
What was he doing?
Story on 13 Wham says the owner was using an app called Booking Koala. Can we get more silly names in one real story?
Booking Koala.
Booking Koala, because Booking Wallaby apparently was taken. They would use the app to overbill customers.
Oh.
According to the story, the employee would get complaints. The owner would get complaints. Claim to the app that it was taken care of, but either would not issue the refund or rebill them later.
All right.
The employee said they knew of at least 5 customers who were overbilled so frequently they had to change their credit or debit card numbers to avoid the costs.
Oh, wow.
And eventually, armed with this information, the employee of Rock Scrubby decided to blow in their boss. In August, they called the cops and dined. That led to an investigation, which led to the owner's arrest late last week. And Tommy, it is a doozy of an arrest.
Really?
The owner of this cleaning company is facing charges of wire fraud, device fraud, and aggravated identity theft. The investigation was done not only by the Monroe County Sheriff's Department, but included work by Homeland Security.
Oh.
Why would they get involved?
I guess
Identity theft?
Yeah, wire
because
fraud.
it's the internet?
I don't know. Because it's the internet.
Yeah.
That's what it says on their
'Cause it's
seal.
the internet?
Homeland Security. Because it's the internet. And if this man is convicted of his
So
charges,
is he looking like serious time?
20 years in prison.
Ooh.
Wow.
And a $250,000 fine. All of this.
Yeah, but that prison's going to look beautiful when he gets done. Spotless.
All of this, according to 13 Wham, because an employee turned in their boss. 252 WCMF. Would you have the balls?
No.
No?
I mean, you're really blowing up some dude.
Yeah, but I would imagine with this type of service, like you may have been the one having to answer questions for people. You know what I mean? Like I almost
you
think
don't
you're
know.
kind of forced to do it because if I'm now the face of these people's complaints and they think I'm stealing or I'm doing something wrong, well, it's not me. And that may be what drove this person to finally say something.
Interesting point.
Okay.
You're saying you wouldn't have the balls. Why?
I mean, to blow up a guy's life like this, he's going to go, like what I said makes him get 20 years. The business goes belly up.
Mm-hmm.
His family's destroyed. I mean, that's a big lift.
Counterpoint. Remember, according to the story on 13 Wham, these people were being overcharged so frequently they had to change their credit and debit cards.
I understand.
They were victims of identity theft, according to police.
But this isn't like you're breaking out the body bags here. I mean, I can see him getting fined, have to pay restitution, whatever. But you got to put this guy in the
It
in the
didn't happen
slam.
to you. What if it
He's-
happened to you? If you were on the other end of that?
And he's facing 20 years. Doesn't mean he's going to get 20 years. And here's the thing, man. As they like to say, if you can't do the time, don't do the crime,
All right.
man.
All right. Beretta was right. Yeah.
Wouldn't you also be afraid your stuff could be being messed with, like your identity, because they have your employer would have all of your information.
Ooh, good
I
question.
just don't want to be that guy.
The one who does something right.
The narc.
Okay. All right, let's talk this through. 252 WCMF, 252 9263. Dropping dime on the boss in this situation, if the allegations are true, obviously the right thing to do. I mean, if you suspect something is wrong, you should say something. And in this case, if the allegations are true, it affected countless people. And they were in hell with no way to change the situation. Without this person coming forward, it's possible that these problems, these innocent people that were just hiring a business, never got resolved. But on the other hand,
Yeah.
if we're talking selfish reasons here, this guy is the sole owner, it seems, of this business.
Mm-hmm.
And by doing the right thing, this person who dimed probably dime themselves out of a job.
Oh, like I don't
yeah,
know how
for
many
sure.
people this guy employs, but the business is toast.
Yeah.
And they were making such good money.
Over and over and over. I mean, Kimmy, would keeping your job be enough to keep you from doing the right thing?
I think it would for a long time. But again, like once it got to the point where now if my job was being affected because let's say, people don't want to hire me to come to their house or use this service and you're getting less and less work, well, what's the difference anyways?
All right, let me ask you guys this question.
Right.
And I already know your answer.
You don't know?
252 WCMF. Again, we're talking about this man in Webster. He's the owner of a cleaning service. He's been arrested, charged with wire fraud, device fraud, and aggravated identity theft after an employee went to authorities and said that he was overcharging people on an app he was using for this cleaning company. At least 5 customers were overbilled so frequently they had to change their debit or credit card numbers. He's looking at 20 years in prison and a $250,000 fine. Let's say, Tommy, you knew someone
Yeah.
who was well aware that the owner of the business they work was committing fraud. This person was not participating in it, but they could have ended it.
They knew.
And they did not say anything to keep their own job. Would you judge them?
No, because I do the same thing. I mean, I'd be pissed, but I kind of get it.
Kimmy, would you judge that person for not dropping
No,
down?
I totally understand. I can understand when you're not in charge of everything, feeling scared to say something. I wouldn't blame somebody.
So if they kept their mouth shut
Yeah.
solely to keep a paycheck, that's okay in your mind?
It's not okay, but I understand it.
Okay.
Would I be a bad person? Let's say I found out I'm this guy that found all this information.
Sure, yeah.
And I go to the boss man. I go, look, man, I know what you're up to.
Mm.
It ain't no good.
Mhm.
You got to make it right.
Mm.
If you don't make it right, I'm going to go to the cops.
I think that's fair.
Right?
I mean, you may be putting yourself at risk depending on
Yeah.
how nefarious this
Well,
Well,
if
no,
you
but you're
say,
holding the
"Now I
cards here.
know,"
I know. I got the information.
Yeah, but if it comes out that you knew and you.
Well, no, I mean, I think that's fair because you try to do the right thing. I
I'm
guess
giving you a break.
my concern would
Because
be,
you could tighten these people up.
you're right.
Yeah.
And maybe, you give me a little cut on the side.
Okay,
That would be a
now it's
bad
blackmail.
idea.
Now we're
Not
blackmailing. No, that is the
blackmail.
definition
Let's call it gray mail.
of
And I'm not
the gray
looking-
lady mail.
Yeah, I'm not looking for a lot.
How much?
10% of the total.
No, now you're an
You're
accessory
going
to
to
the
do
crime.
all this for 10%?
No, 10% of the total
Yeah,
nut.
but what if it's not that much?
It's enough for this guy to go to prison for 20 years. It's got to be
if
sizable.
if he's convicted.
So let's say it's $200,000.
Okay.
I get 20 G under the T.
My concern.
Go away.
Let's put the blackmail aside.
Make your problems go away. See?
My concern again, without the blackmail, if I go to my boss, who I know is scamming people,
Yeah.
and let's say it is a significant amount of money. We don't know how much money we're talking here. This guy was overcharging, and I go, I know what you're doing. Make it right, or I'm going to dime on
Yeah, you got him by the pubes.
Or money can make people do desperate things.
Mm-hmm.
I would be afraid that maybe my safety becomes.
Oh my God! Now you're going into Netflix.
We've seen stories like that in the past.
Crazier things have happened.
Right?
What do you think? You're going to be in a barrel in the lake?
Even if
In the lake.
even
Is that
if you're-
French for the lake?
Yeah, the
The
lake.
The lake.
The barrel.
He dropped me in a French lake in a barrel.
even if that person wasn't going to do anything, you may have to live with that fear or the potential.
But what if he's
of-
like a Weasley wuss?
You don't know. I mean, I guess you don't know until that person has their
Yeah.
back against the wall. They say a cornered animal is the most dangerous
That
animal.
is true.
You know, as we have this discussion about diming on your boss and, doing the right thing
Yeah.
versus keeping your job, and I don't think we should discount the overall feeling of finally having power over someone that has always had power
Oh,
over
sure.
you.
I mean, the tables are turned.
Now, as a fair show, I do think we have to point out that not only are these just allegations, we have no idea what kind of boss this guy was.
Yeah.
Could have been a great boss.
Mhm.
But we've all had those pain-in-the-ass bosses.
Oh,
and they,
yeah.
for whatever reason, they sucked, and they sucked hard. Would the satisfaction of watching your boss in handcuffs and their life fall apart be worth the blow of losing your job?
I can think of one boss that I've had, and especially the time of my life that I had that boss that I would have absolutely signed up for that.
But how much money were you making?
Not a ton, but I still needed the job,
Okay, all right.
So I would think, yeah, like watching that guy go down would be absolutely worth it to me.
Because there are some jobs that are easier to find when you're unemployed than others.
Yeah.
I don't mean to sound disrespectful, but I would imagine if you're someone that's really good working for a cleaning service, you could probably find another job
Oh, absolutely.
fairly
yeah.
easily, right? So this person may be okay. But if you're working in like a professional job,
Mm-hmm.
right, where there's education involved and resumes and
Maybe you have to
interview
relocate.
process. Exactly. Like But to watch your boss get let out in handcuffs because of what you did.
I mean, it's got to feel good in the moment. I mean, you might regret it a month later when you're, looking for a gig, but in the moment, it's got to feel great.
It would also it might feel great if you have other coworkers and they feel the same way you do about that person.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're the only one that doesn't get along with the boss and all those other people thought that was a really great boss,
Oh, yeah, you're King Brown.
it's not going to feel as good.
King Brown?
Mm-hmm. Brown into the man. Narc into the man.
No. King Brown would be the one that doesn't narc. You're
No,
brown nosing the boss.
No, you're brown nose into the
man.
legal
Authorities.
system.
What?
The authorities.
You mean you do what you should, what's right.
Yeah, but you're still King Brown.
Okay. Now we got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF for the Break Group Facebook page. A good point that we did not consider here.
Oh.
This comes in from Dave. Dave says the right thing to do is to turn that person in, but we don't know how many employees this guy had. It's terrible that he was scamming these people, again, according to police.
Mm.
But if there are other people who put food on the table because of this man, if you turn him in, those people are out of a job too. It's not just your decision. That's a good point.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh.
Mm-hmm.
But by not doing it, you allow him to continue to
Yeah,
rip people off.
either way, people are getting ripped off or people are being put in a bad spot.
Ooh.
That's why I think my way of talking to him first.
Blackmail.
Not blackmail.
Giving him a chance to fix it.
You hold the blackmail in your pocket.
No.
You don't pull blackmail out up front.
Bro, you have no patience. You would walk in and just yell blackmail, and you would think you had a plan, and you'd blackmail!
Blackjack.
Blackmail! The lake! It's fit for the lake! And I think we're also kind of glossing over what might be the most important factor here.
What's that?
Guilt. The person who dimed was well aware, if the allegations are true, of how bad things were for other people.
Mm-hmm.
And going further, there is nothing in this story to suggest that it was going to stop unless this person went to the authorities.
Mm-hmm.
Could have gotten a lot worse before it got better.
So, I mean, you'd be going to work every day, working for a fraud, meeting people that you knew the second you came across them were going to get effed. And it's not like you personally would be seeing any of that benefit, right?
Yeah.
It would have to eventually start eating away at you. No?
Well, yeah.
No? I mean, you have no soul, you monster.
I mean, yes, I can understand, like, some people, it would bother them.
Some people.
Yeah.
That should bother you. That's being a human being.
Yeah, but human beings get taken advantage of.
That's the problem here.
Soulless trash doesn't seem to have a problem.
All right. Let's take a break. We got Hate Mail of the Week coming up at 8 o'clock.
Oh.
No soul there either.
No, buddy.
But as we've talked about at length this morning, it's the coldest day you've ever lived through in your life.
Yep.
It is brutal outside. And because of that, there have been some things affected. We know that schools are closed. Some schools are closed. Check it out. I mean, school's already started, so you know. Also, there were some folks that got up yesterday and got up this morning, turned on their car, and that last part actually didn't happen. The car would not turn on.
Wow. Just because of the cold?
Well, yeah, man. I mean,
outside.
Seized up?
battery will get after the cold, right? So you have a couple options. You can either call someone, which we are finding out here would take way longer than you think, or you can do it yourself. It used to be standard to do it yourself.
Oh, yeah.
Is it still that way?
Not at my house.
We'll get into it next to the break room. Let's see you, man. Tommy, it used to be this wasn't even a question.
Oh.
If you had this problem,
Yeah.
you fix it yourself. But as time moves on, things change.
Oh, yeah.
Some people look at it as the wussification of America. Some folks look at this as a better option. But if you've had this problem over the last 2 days, using this may not be the better option.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 8 o'clock. It's Wednesday. You know what that means?
A little hate.
Hate Mail of the Week coming at you. A woman who is upset with our take involving the new cameras stationed in Greece for safety.
But she kind of agrees with us.
No.
No?
She wants more cameras.
Yeah, she's going the other way.
Yeah, right?
I don't remember, I guess, then what we said.
Okay, never mind. Long story short, I think this world this woman thinks she lives in
Yeah.
versus the world she actually lives in are two different places.
Okay.
And we'll get to it just after 8 o'clock. Hate Mail of the Week here in the break room on CMF. So the cold is affecting folks in ways they've kind of forgotten. Like tons of school closings this morning. That's
Well.
going to throw parents' schedules off. But the biggest problem you may have, dead battery.
Oh, God.
Dead battery in the car. You go to start
Yes.
the car and
Nothing's happening.
Yeah. AAA is reporting that they have had a massive increase for calls and jumps in the greater Rochester area over the last 24 hours, which sucks because if you need AAA to get a jump this morning, you could be stuck there for a few hours waiting for someone because they're all over the place.
Freezing your ass off.
You got it. That is, unless you want to try and jump it yourself.
Okay. A self-jumper?
Tommy, you trust yourself to jump a car anymore?
No. First of all, I don't have jumper cables.
You don't have jumper cables?
No.
Okay.
I haven't had them in 20 years.
Okay.
Used to. 'Cause I drove junk. Yeah, I wouldn't. And then you had to have somebody to help you give you a jump.
To help you give you a jump.
Yeah. Got to be another person involved.
Or you could have one of those jump packs.
The portable,
yeah.
yeah.
So it's all one thing, but I ain't using that, man.
So you haven't jumped a car in at least 20 years?
Oh, I haven't jumped a car since I moved here.
Okay, so really, there has not been a car jump in Rochester.
Right, but I haven't even had I had jumper cables because you always were supposed to have them.
Okay.
But
Kimmy, have you ever jumped a car?
When I was in high school, I remember my dad having to help me do that in our driveway.
But it wasn't.
He did it.
He did it,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Because here's the thing. I did it on my dad's car. My dad showed me a bunch when I was a kid. I remember, doing it with him standing over me on his car at a Bills game one time. But I've never actually had to do it on my own car.
you're lucky.
Does
You
that
drove garbage.
I know. My batteries always work for some reason.
Look at that.
Does that make me a bitch that I've never jumped a car on my own?
I don't think it's that goddamn manly to put a
can't-
clip on two posts. And I screwed that up one time.
I can't even remember the last time I saw somebody jumping a
Yeah.
car.
You see in the Bills parking lot every once in a while.
Really?
Oh, that
Oh,
would
that
make
makes
sense.
sense.
But when you screwed it up, what happened?
I learned this. I'd never heard of this word before. I reversed the polarity of the battery by putting them on the wrong post, and the thing started to smoke.
Oh.
And I ran away because I thought the car was going to blow up.
Okay.
And it just sizzled everything out.
Did you ruin the battery, obviously?
Oh, I ruined everything.
So here's the thing. Jumping a car, 252-WCMF, 252-9263, does feel like one of those things that everyone should know how to do. Because, yes, you can call someone, right? But knowing how to do it gets the problem taken care of immediately. That being said, now that I'm thinking about it, I also don't think I have jumper cables in my car.
I bet you most people don't have them anymore if you own a newer car.
Because
I don't know why that is, but I've never had to replace a battery in a car.
I just had to
recently.
I just replaced my battery.
Yeah, but how long? I mean, you've got almost 300,000 miles on that car.
Yeah,
man.
it's the original battery. Yeah.
No kidding.
I just replaced it.
Damn.
Yeah, well, take care of my cars.
Yeah, that's what you do.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Should everybody know how to jump a car? Because I would be one of these people if my car didn't start this morning waiting for 3 hours for AAA to come jump me as they're getting through everybody on the list. And I'll be honest, I would feel like a pansy. I would feel like a pansy having another man coming in, touching my battery, getting his hands all up in my battery that I couldn't satisfy.
Jumping your ass.
Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't feel like a bitch?
Not anymore. Maybe when I was younger, but I don't care anymore.
Okay.
I don't want to change a flat tire. I don't want to freeze trying to jump a car.
Well, the tire that's understandable because it's legitimately dangerous, right? Like if you're on the side of the road, it's horrifying. I do not get, I'll tell you this, traveling with my daughter playing hockey, I will see every once in a while a dude on his back on 90.
I don't know. You're crazy.
Are you out of your effing mind?
I know.
Are you out of your effing mind? Tire I get.
Yeah.
But I mean, the battery thing, it's pretty simple. You
It
can teach
is.
anybody how to do it.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of having the cables and another battery there. Why would we not all strive to be able to jump our own cars?
I guess because I also haven't had a battery issue in forever.
Okay.
You know?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Dan writes us on Twitter, real dudes can do a bump start. I know I'm not a real dude because I don't even know what that is.
I don't know what
what's
it
a
is
bump
I
start?
have done one of those.
What's that?
A bump start.
What are you talking about?
Well, I was at your mom's house. Bumped it up good.
Shut up.
Bumpity bump bump.
I think you're doing it wrong.
Bow, bow.
Kimmy, after you get that, would you mind Googling what a bump start is?
Yeah.
Take your time. No big deal.
Yeah, I have no idea what a bump start.
Well, you're the only one laughing at the joke. You're the only one laughing. How obligated are you to jump someone else today if they ask? Let's say they got their own cables. They come to you, or you're in the parking lot at Wegmans. You're leaving work, and they go, "Listen, man, my car, the battery's dead. Can I jump off your car?"
I gotta go. I wish. I mean, you're just catching me at the worst possible time.
You wouldn't do it.
I gotta get home. I have cancer. I just got cancer. And I have
You just got it.
Gotta
and
go
you're
to
gonna
the
die.
cancer.
You're gonna die immediately.
Institute.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah, I only have like minutes to live.
You take off and leave. that
No, I
person.
would help.
You
But
lie. You.
I would. I would. I would like to think I would do it.
I would
but
like to think I would.
but I'd hate it.
Okay. Why would you hate it? You're just helping somebody
No,
out.
but then I gotta pop the hood, do the thing, hold this. He starts it. You gotta let it run for a minute.
Well, that's the funny part. Like if someone gets stuck in like a ditch in a snow,
Yeah.
right? Like it takes 5 seconds to push that person out.
Right.
Lots of people stop to do that. But you're right. Jumping a car takes more time than you remember.
And let's say it doesn't catch.
Yeah.
He'll want to try it again. Give me one more start. He might take 4 runs at it before the car turns over.
And like here's the thing too, like even if you can't get the car jumped, because I've had this experience, you kind of feel like borderline responsible for that person until they get it figured out.
Yeah, because
like,
now like you've taken him on as your kin.
yeah, you kind of feel that way.
Your battery kin.
I've adopted you.
Yes.
So you ain't stopping Kimmy. You're
Yeah.
stopping obviously to help someone if they need to jump in the parking lot, right?
I mean, if
They know how to do it. They got the cables.
yeah, I was
they
gonna
just
say
need
as
your
long as
battery.
they have the cables, because I don't have cables. But if they
And you gotta
asked,
wait?
Yeah, I mean, if I don't have anywhere to be.
You're such a bad person.
I know.
252 WCMF. Again, AAA is saying the last 2 days they have been inundated with calls for jumps for batteries. You know, the cold is killing. Kimmy, what's a bump start?
A bump start is a way to start a vehicle using the momentum of the vehicle's motion to turn the engine. So it seems like
Pushing it?
Yeah, kind of. It says you put the key in the ignition and turn it to the on position, have someone push the car from behind, or release the parking brake if you're on a slow, blah, blah, blah.
I thought that only
Gradually
worked
build
on
up
a-
speed while keeping the clutch pedal depressed.
Okay, so I always thought that only worked on a standard,
Gotcha.
not an automatic.
Yeah.
Okay, that sounds right.
And
'Cause
I really don't want to push your goddamn car.
I'm going to sound like even more of a bitch. I don't know how to drive stick, so that wouldn't even help me in any way.
I bet you most people don't drive stick anymore.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Jim. Hey, Jimmy, how are you, buddy?
Good, how about yourself?
Good, Jim.
So
Wait, wait, sorry, Jim, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I work for a auto parts store. I'm going to leave the name anonymously. But how many of these guys that go into an auto parts store and have a woman change a battery on their vehicle, how many of them guys feel like less of a man or have them do their wipers?
Oh yeah, I also
I ain't doing none of that
Yeah.
stuff, bro.
I also have to have people do my. I tried to do my wipers once and they flew off when I used my wipers. Jim, I'm not
Yeah.
proud of it.
I'm
It's not
not-
something I'm proud of. I just can't do it.
I'm not handy.
Jim, you got a job because of idiots like us. Jim,
Ooh, that's a good point.
Jim, did you die over there? What happened?
No, I'm here.
Soft boys like us keep you in business.
Yeah, you should be thanking God for soft boys.
Right?
All right, great call, Jim.
Yeah.
Thank you for the call. What the hell was that?
Got a lot of personality at that counter.
No, like now that we're bringing, there's not a single thing I know how to do on my car anymore. And I was never great about it, but
Yeah.
when you drive junk, you're kind of forced to
Yeah,
learn
yeah,
things,
yeah.
right? Like there was a couple of things I learned how to do. I can't do any of it anymore.
And I don't want to.
Okay, now you sound like such a pansy.
I don't. It
I
sucked.
don't wanna. I don't want.
And I used to every time, especially when I used to cut meat, there'd always be that one a-hole. Do it yourself, man. It's really easy.
Yeah.
You know, you just pop the fuel filter out, pop the next one in. Any idiot can do it, man. And I never could do any of it.
No, I fell for that with rotors one time on an old car.
Rotors? That's the brakes.
Thank you.
You try to do your own brakes?
It took like days, but I had
man.
someone come and help figure it out
Okay.
and like help me with it, and it got done.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was like one of those. Hey, it's easy. Here's what you do. Bang, bang, bang. It'll take you like an hour. And I was like, okay. 4 days later, we finally figured it out.
I used to drive with the worst brakes. Like they would just be steel on steel, and like it was like hearing a train slowly stop.
Everybody knew when you
Oh,
had
yeah.
arrived. Some of the things that you're describing, like learning how to do, is that
Yeah.
something that you remember how to do forever, or is it one of those things that goes right out of your head if you don't do it for a long time?
For me,
because how would you know how to do something like that if you haven't done it in 20 years?
Yeah, for me, it's all gone.
Yeah, you got to be mechanically inclined, like to see it how it's done.
Yeah, I
don't have any vision for it.
I am jealous of those people, man.
I am too.
Like those men that you can look at stuff like that and it just makes sense in your head,
Yeah.
like an engine or all. Like I wish
It looks
I
like
had
a mess.
Yeah. 252 WCMF. We'll take one more call. Rich has got the last word on CMF. Hey, Richie. How are you, buddy?
Oh, just fine. How are you?
Good, man. Just being a bitch.
Well, that's kind of why I called a little bit. Back in the 60s and the 50s, they used to come with instructions on how to set your own valve timing on your car, like how to adjust your valves for the motor.
Okay.
And nowadays, you can't even get people to jumpstart a car because they don't know how.
Sure.
Like, you have YouTube. You have one of the greatest ways of learning things on the face of the earth nowadays, and you still have this problem with people. Like, everything you could ever want to know about working on a car or anything, just look on YouTube. It'll explain it to you.
Yo, Rich, I understand what you're saying, but the counterpoint to that is I don't know what I don't know, so I can go step by step. But if I do one little thing that I don't realize I'm doing, I'm going to fry myself to death.
No, you will not fry yourself.
No, it happens, Rich. It does happen.
Because I can see that on YouTube.
system.
Guys that fry themselves from listening to the break room.
And, Rich, the counterpoint to the 50s and 60s and the valve thing, whatever, I mean, there was also a time
There was a time.
where people bought oxen and traveled cross country to get to California. Rich, you don't do that anymore. Does that make you a bitch for taking a plane?
I guess so, because I do it the easy way. And I mean, it's just, I just don't understand I just don't understand that mentality where, oh, I need somebody else to do it for me. I mean,
Like a
especially when
pilot.
you have all the knowledge at your fingertips.
All right. Well,
You
Rich.
can't mess it up. You can't mess it up any worse than it already is. Cause
Yeah,
right
you
now
can.
it's
Yeah, you
broken.
can't. No, we've done that a bunch.
Yeah,
I've
you
done
can
that
do
a
it.
ton of times,
Yeah,
Rich.
yeah, yeah,
I've done that like 100 times.
You could do damage trying to fix it.
Rich, you're
Not if
manlier.
you're paying attention.
Rich, you're manlier than us, and I wish one day I can be you.
Well,
I can
I
only
already
hope.
knew that. I didn't need you to tell me that, Duffy.
Man.
Everybody knows that.
Just go on YouTube.
You're
Yeah.
underestimating our stupidity.
If your wife needs a hysterectomy, go on YouTube. Do it yourself. They'll walk you through it.
To move. What the? All right, thank you.
Bye, Rich.
YouTube.
I hate that. In the 50s, everyone did this. Yeah, no kidding, man. They also had 10-year-olds working in meat factories in the 20s. Don't do that anymore. Probably good.
Man, my engine doesn't even look like an engine. It don't. I don't know what that thing is.
What was funny, too, when I got my battery switch, I had to have the guy at the auto parts store do
Yeah.
it for me, right? I'm not messing with that. He opens up my Honda Pilot, the front of it. It's got a cover over the battery, but he hadn't seen that before.
Oh.
So we had to together figure out how to get this
Where
big
it is.
plastic
Well, you don't
piece.
even know.
No, but it's not his fault. He's not a
No, I
mechanic.
get it, but like if he's in the dark, what are you?
But like we had to get this big plastic piece off together, like we're shimmying the thing off,
Yeah.
and then everything's
Yeah.
underneath there. It just looked like a water slide. No, I got a water slide under my hood.
Look at that.
All right, let's take a break. Everybody on hold. We got to move on. It is Wednesday. It's 8 o'clock. You know what that means?
Ooh, we gonna hate.
That's right.
Hate.
it out.
Get the hate.
Hate mail of the week. And as we talk about technology is why this story exists. The town of Greece is using technology to say they are making the town safer,
Good.
making jobs for police officers easier,
Good.
and making people rethink
Uh-oh.
crime. We took issue with this
All right.
a little bit. But one woman who heard that break thinks we're wrong. In fact, she wants more of this. And I think what's most interesting about this letter we have
Yeah, what's that?
is the world she thinks she lives in and the world she actually lives in might be different.
That makes sense.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room. I'll see you, Matt. We are at an interesting point in history.
Why? What's going on?
Tommy, people are scared because all they see all the time on social media, the news, are crimes happening in the greater Rochester
Oh, yeah.
area.
Out of control.
You could be the next victim.
Mm-hmm.
What's great about that, there is technology that exists that claims it can make things safer. But the problem with that technology, we all have to give up some privacy
A lot of privacy.
for it to be effective. Any decision one town in our area made has set the stage for a legit face-off between what you would like to keep private versus finding folks who deserve to be arrested.
All right.
It's Wednesday. It's 8 o'clock. It's time for Hate Mail of the Week. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. And 2 weeks ago, we learned that the town of Greece installed new technology across their community. They put in what are called LPRs, license plate readers. And the cameras take pictures of license plates of everyone that drive by. Town of Greece says they plan to put up around 50, some of them already up. They will not, however, be giving out the precise locations of the cameras.
Yeah, because they're being sly.
Well, yeah, I mean, kind of the point. Story on 13 Wham says the cameras are there to catch folks in stolen cars and help locate missing persons. And when it comes to the stolen cars, the Greece Police Department says they're already working. They've made arrests thanks to these LPRs. So that's good.
Okay.
Multiple stolen vehicle apprehensions. But what is really interesting about the cameras is what they'll be used for. Because we mentioned, story on 13 Wham says stolen cars, missing people. But they don't say that's all they'll be used for.
What else?
In theory, Tommy, these cameras in Greece could be used to pop anyone for anything that their license plate would rat on them about.
So if you had a bench warrant out for something,
In theory,
it would pop.
In theory. Warrants, expired registrations, everything in between.
Cheaters, liars,
Well, I don't know why you would.
derelicts,
Okay.
foul-mouthed disc jockeys.
So we can't go to Greece anymore?
No.
Okay. When we discussed this 2 weeks ago, the question became, is it a violation of privacy? The chief of police in Greece had a response to people bothered by the cameras
What'd he say?
being set up. He said that people have a right to ask questions, but the cameras are only there to help cops do their jobs. Quote, we hear all the time about Big Brother and cameras. I mean, they're ubiquitous. No, we talk about it. No, we talk about it. You can't walk around anywhere without being seen on cameras, and that's the age of technology we live in. He's just kind of saying you're always on camera, so deal with it.
Okay.
All right. One woman heard our discussion on our concerns about potential privacy, and she seems fine with the camera.
So she's comfortable.
In fact,
Yeah.
she doesn't think what Greece is doing goes far enough because to her, more means safer.
Oh.
Actual physical letters sent through the mail telling us we suck wanting to be on camera 24/7. Sit back and enjoy today's Hate Mail of the Week.
I am having a very hard time understanding why cameras in Greece to read criminal license plates is a bad idea. You want to catch criminals. This gives you a better chance of doing so, right? End of discussion. The only people who would be against this would be people that have something to hide or people who plan on doing something illegal. What do you care about the police being able to find you if you don't think they have a reason to find you? I don't think this program goes far enough. I would happily pay more in taxes if every neighborhood had one of these cameras to catch criminals in the act of stealing cars or breaking into homes. It would make crime completely disappear. I have not heard one argument against these that overrides the help they provide. If you want crime down and don't want to fear being assaulted or robbed every time you leave the house, this is a no-brainer, and I'm sick of people trying to tell me otherwise. Smarten up and support these so the vulnerable can walk around without fear. Sincerely, Kate.
Kate wants all the cameras.
Yep.
Because more cameras means
One
more
in every
security.
neighborhood.
You got it. Tommy, does Kate have a point here?
No.
No?
I don't think these cameras are going to do what she thinks they're going to do, like stop crime completely.
No, that was her argument in the thing. You put them everywhere, they stop
and
crime.
everybody.
Stop it.
How many times do I see crimes on these cameras that they show me on the news at night? Here they are committing the crime on
Do
the
you
camera.
recognize this vehicle?
Yes.
Yeah. Maybe.
So maybe you solve the crime,
Yeah,
but you don't necessarily stop the crime, which is what she thinks it's going to do.
Well, but Tommy, the argument would then be if these criminals know they're going to get caught, they won't commit crimes anymore.
No, it doesn't seem to be working that way
Okay,
in most
all right.
big cities.
Okay.
Like sometimes they're waving while they're stabbing.
Waving and a stabbing.
Stabbing and a waving.
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. And we'd love to hear from you here because I don't think there is a wrong answer in this debate. There's just two sides. There are a bunch of very fascinating things happening in this letter. Because first off, to your point, We don't have any data that says these cameras make communities safer. Not right now, at least. And I'm not saying they're not effective, but the belief that putting cameras up means there's no more crime, I think, is a dumb way to
Yeah,
think.
they're not going to deter crime.
I mean, look, Ring cameras were supposed to have the same effect, and several studies have shown they do nothing to very little to deter or help solve crime. But the bigger discussion, Tommy,
What do you think?
may come down to two things.
What's the two?
Your privacy, the crime in your community, and how one of those affects the other. There was a quote from this woman that can be broken down in every psychology class in America.
Wow.
You ready?
Yeah.
Quote, if you want crime down, and you don't want to be, and excuse me, try that again. Quote, if you want crime down and don't want to fear being assaulted or robbed every time you leave the house, this is a no-brainer, and I'm sick of people trying to tell me otherwise. Do people really feel the way this woman does? Afraid to leave the house because the risk of crime against them?
But she probably leaves the house fine. You know what I mean?
But the quote, if you want crime down and don't want the fear of being assaulted or robbed every time you leave the house. I mean, she wrote that down.
So she lives in fear every time she leaves the house.
I mean, based on that quote, it's what it seems like. Because no exaggeration, statistically, it is the safest time to exist in America. And when it comes to Rochester, there are, Tommy, about 725 violent crimes that happen every year. And that's not great, obviously. But you have about a 1.7 in 1,000 chance of being a victim of one of those violent crimes.
Crime.
And most of those violent crimes are not crimes of surprise. Those crimes include fistfights between people arguing, personal beliefs, revenge, neighbors that hit each other with shovels.
And a lot of these crimes are concentrated in areas.
You got it.
You could live in an area where this sees very little crime.
Well, it's funny you bring that up because there is an interactive map of violent crime you can look at, and compared to other places in our area, Greece, where we're talking about these cameras, very safe. And that was before the camera.
Yes.
This woman has an idea of what is happening in her community that does not add up to what is actually happening in her community. And that has her believing there needs to be a camera in every neighborhood.
Because she thinks that's going to make life blissful.
But life is already blissful compared to other.
So the only thing you can never get back once you do this is your freedom. Like you could, you'll never get it back.
There.
Once you hand over your freedom or freedoms, you don't get them back. And if you do, it's going to be a hard fight.
Okay.
So you have them now. If you give them up and then you don't get what you're thinking on the other side, good luck getting your freedom back because now they have it.
Well, it does just kind of keep pushing down the road, too. Well, this didn't work the way we thought it did, but if we take this next step.
And that's the slippery slope of, you lose your freedom.
Man.
There's also the assumption that you personally are never going to get caught up in a not so much in a crime, but in a situation where it's maybe tough to explain yourself.
They got your ass on something, man.
or something suspicious.
Put that on a T-shirt. They got your ass on something.
Yeah.
Faux show.
Waking and whacking. You were saying, Kimmy, I'm sorry.
No, I think that it's a bold thing to think you'll never be affected.
No,
by
it could bite you in the
know?
ass.
But that's how this
or
always.
your kid, or
That's how this always is, right? You do right, everyone else does wrong. I have nothing to worry about because she does talk in this letter too about if you are not a criminal, why would you fight against this? All right, so then you make very valid points about freedom and slippery slopes and all those things. As much as I hate slippery slope arguments, 252 WCMF again. Hate mail of the week. A woman coming off writes us a letter coming off our discussion 2 weeks ago about the new license plate reader cameras in Greece that are there to identify stolen cars, missing people, other crimes that are committed. She not only loves these. She thinks there should be more.
Yes.
It seems she is afraid that every time she leaves her house, she's going to be the victim of a crime, and that folks that say you should not be using these are straight up criminals. So, Tommy, you make that impassioned plea, a beautiful soliloquy.
About freedom.
Freedom, the price of freedom, how you can't get it back once it's gone. So if tomorrow the village town of Pittsburgh decided they were going to put one of these LPR cameras in every single neighborhood, and one was on a pole right where you drive in and out every day, you'd go fight it.
Oh, I'm marching. I am fighting for my freedom, Patrick.
Would you go fight it?
Oh, hell yeah. You know it. I'd be the first one down there, Pat. What?
You wouldn't go fight it.
No, probably.
No, you would not go fight it.
I'm lazy.
No, wait. You just,
I like to think I'm a lazy patriot.
You just. Thank God you're not Paul Revere. Oh, crap, I slept in. No, I mean, bro, like what you said was very Passionate. You
Yeah.
made a great point there,
Yeah.
right? Like just standing in a village board meeting or a town board meeting and saying those things. Stop making a fist. Stop it. And saying those things may sway the opinion of
It
some
could,
people.
it could.
And you won't even leave your house
Probably not.
with nothing to do.
Well, there's so much on Netflix.
Oh,
right
my
now.
God. You're worse than the people that want the cameras everywhere. Because you have an opinion.
I want my freedom to watch Netflix.
Like, here's the thing. As much as I disagree with this woman's opinion, what was it, Kate? Was that her name, Kimmy? Kate? At least she is actively doing something about it. I mean, not that writing us does anything, but she was passionate enough.
she's fired up.
Yeah, to write us a letter. You're fired up, and then it's like, oh, well, Jeopardy's on. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Jimmy. Hey, Jimmy. How are you, buddy?
Hey, listen, I agree with her. My car insurance went up, and I'll never forget the guy's exact words because of the theft and damages and inflation. You know, it's unbelievable that people would say, no, don't put these cameras up. Just what was it, last week? They ripped off a bunch of jewelry at Greasetown Mall.
Yeah, I saw it on a camera. Saw him do the whole thing. I saw him get in their cars in the parking lot and drive away on the cameras.
In
Jimmy.
the town of Greece.
Yes.
In the town of Greece.
You're right, Jimmy. That was must-see TV. Thank God we had those cameras, Jimmy.
Oh, God.
Oh, God, you guys are awful.
No, but I mean, Jimmy, he's right. He makes a valid point. We
Didn't
all
stop
saw it happen.
anything.
As far as we know, not one arrest has been made. It was a car that was already stolen.
Yes.
Those license plate readers, if they drove past one of them, did not help the situation. And it's a terrible thing to happen. And obviously, we don't want it to happen. But, Jimmy, as of now, how did the cameras help?
You're right. But my point is, we need more police officers. We need more people to go watch these cameras, follow these people, or get them. I don't know why they didn't get those people. But I mean, you know, if your automobile gets ripped off and one of these cameras catch them, you'll be saying, "Oh wow, it worked. Now I believe in it."
But, Jimmy, let me ask you this, and I want to go back to something you said before. And, Jimmy, I don't think you're wrong. I get where you're coming from, okay? I understand. But you brought up the car insurance thing, right? I'm going to ask a potentially cynical question.
What's that?
Tommy, is the car insurance company that called Jimmy raising his rates because they have to, because of everything that's going on? Or is the car insurance company raising Jimmy's rates because they see an opportunity to make more money from Jimmy?
What do you mean the big company, the big Solus Corporation?
Because, like, last time I checked, insurance exists for this exact reason. So if you now need to charge me more, what was I paying for in the first place?
Great point, Jimmy.
I mean, you got a point, but my point is, when my car insurance goes up and they tell me they're not only stealing these cars, they're trashing them. There used to be a time people stole cars, you can get them back. Now the car insurance companies have to pay them,
Back in my day
them,
when we
clean
stole
up.
cars, we were responsible.
Well, I did see the movie Grease, and he was right. But, Jimmy, I'll ask
Yeah, they
you.
dropped him off at church.
Hey, Jimmy, I love you, buddy. Thanks for the call. I really appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
But
we
let's
were
go.
responsible with our theft.
But let's go on the other side of
What's
it,
that?
right? Let's say Jimmy gets what he wants, right? And they put all the cameras and they hire more police officers and all this stuff. That extra money Jimmy was paying for car insurance when they didn't have it goes the other way to pay for those police officers and cameras. Like,
Everything costs money. You're right.
exactly. Like,
You're just squeezing a balloon.
bingo. It's coming from somewhere, and
Yeah.
I'm not anti-security.
It's coming out of Jimmy's wallet
I
for
just,
the cameras.
If I'm going to be
And
honest.
she didn't even get elected.
cameras. You were saying, Jimmy?
What percentage of people in every neighborhood do you think have some sort of camera set up already?
Say that again?
Privately or by the government?
Privately.
No, you said it
like
What's that? Camera?
No, by the government. Go ahead.
I was just thinking, like, it kind of already exists to an extent. Like, if this woman is worried about feeling safer with cameras, I mean, they're kind of already there.
Yeah, good point.
You know?
And again, studies show those Ring cameras do very little to deter or help
No.
solve crime. So, look, I get it. I understand. And I understand that when you get on social media and when you turn on the news, it seems that there is crime happening everywhere all the time. We took a call last week where a guy said it seems like we're living in a lawless community. If it was a lawless community, you couldn't walk down the street.
Yes.
Couldn't go to the grocery store. Right? You'd be afraid for the safety of your children every time you left. Right? Just take a breath.
I understand.
Pump the brakes.
All right.
This community used to be a hell of a lot worse, and it wasn't even that long ago. We were all alive for it.
But you couldn't watch it in real time on a camera.
Everything is okay. You're okay. We're
Yes.
going to be okay. Deep breaths.
All right.
Go Bills. Speaking of,
What's that?
well, we're talking about like maybe some companies are like taking advantage of opportunities.
Oh, what's going on now?
Well, no, that's not what I'm talking about. What
Oh.
I'm telling you is if you're a Bills fan, you need to take advantage of this opportunity right now.
You got to snap?
Well, the opportunity being the Bills are the hottest thing in the area.
Oh, yeah.
Not a single person will not be watching that game and excited about what's going on. And anything that says Bills on it or that is Bills related, automatic win.
Mhm.
So, having the opportunity to do this now is a no-brainer. Whereas 10 years ago or 10 years from now, Tommy,
Yeah.
you would look at this person as a massive piece of trash. We'll get into it next here in the break room. On CMF. Ladies and gentlemen,
What's up?
listen up. We are living in a golden age of Bills football. And because of that, things that would normally be considered ridiculous and never even thought of are now on the table.
Oh.
Proof of that is in what we're about to share with you. And if you don't take advantage of stuff like this right now, you may never have the chance ever again.
So I got to snap.
While the iron is hot. Snap while the iron is hot.
Yeah, jump on it, Tonto.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, Bills Chiefs, Sunday, 6:30. The biggest game in 3 decades for this franchise. And this year, Tommy, really the last 5, have been amazing for Bills fans.
Yeah.
They consume the culture around Western New York so much so that things that were once unimaginable now seem like great ideas. For example,
What's that?
this week, a venue outside of Buffalo is now offering what they call the Bills Mafia Wedding Package. You ready for this?
Every woman's dream come true.
Are you ready?
All right.
The package for the actual ceremony and the reception comes with Duff's wings and cauliflower bites using Frank's Red Hot sauce as an appetizer.
So, Buffalo-themed everything. I'm guessing this is going with.
You got it. Yeah. Gimme, dinner is beef on wick sandwiches and the standard baked ziti and sauce.
Yum.
A Tim Hortons coffee station for all your guests there. Josh Sellers Prosecco for your toast. Get it?
Josh Shell. Okay.
Josh.
All right.
A 5-hour top shelf open bar with Labatt Blue Light bottled beer. A wedding cake, a donut tower from Paula's Donuts, which is a very popular donut shop.
Donut tower.
Donut tower. And pizza is the late night snack. It includes the DJ, photographer, and photo
Damn.
booth. You can have 59 guests for the low, low price of $10,706.
That is a steal for all of that in one package.
Very affordable.
All right.
Yes.
Okay.
Very affordable. Tommy, let's say you were invited to a wedding that turned out to be the Bills Mafia Wedding Package. Would you judge that couple?
Oh, yeah.
Why?
This is the low end, man.
What?
And it ain't her idea. The last thing some chick...
no, this is definitely, if you're going to go with this type of theme, both parties have to be on board.
Yeah, but I mean, is this something she really dreams about?
I mean,
a
they're...
donut tower for her wedding?
Donut towers are actually huge.
You're asking Kimmy if she dreams of a donut
That
tower.
ain't the only thing that's going to be huge. Give her 5 years,
Ew,
bro.
guys, donuts. Ew.
She's going to be Sally Saddlebags. Okay. Do you want to lay down with a woman full of donuts?
Do I get to also eat the donuts?
No.
Oh.
I'm talking about after the donut.
Well, but I get to eat the donuts with her.
Okay. All of this that we said, and you have a problem with the donuts. Like, that's what you're going
She
with.
naked, and she full of donut.
Is there some donuts still left on her?
Well, you tell me when you get down there.
It's one big old donut.
Oh, you know there's crumbs all over her.
Kimmy?
She's going to have donut crumbs in her pubic hair.
Joke's on you. Women don't have pubic hair anymore.
Oh, so where'd it go?
I don't know. I've never seen it
Right.
in my life.
So is it just sticky down there and it's just stuck? Like road salt?
We're not going to get past this, are we?
Like road salt? Kimmy?
Yeah.
Well, she's all in on the donut.
Would you judge a couple if you were invited
No,
to the
I'd wanna
Bills-
go to
She
that
is
wedding.
that bride.
Okay, I can't think of something that my husband would enjoy more than that type of meal at a wedding.
Oh, it's all for guys,
Wings.
yeah.
No, but Kimmy's here
no.
to tell you it's not.
Open
It's
B.
not. Especially in Buffalo, everybody grows up a Bills fan. This is a lifestyle.
You're gonna get Frank's hot sauce all over your wedding dress.
Well, didn't she get that already with the wedding we went to? When they did the hot sauce toast? Kimmy?
Yeah.
If your husband wanted to do this for your wedding, would you go along with it?
It would be a discussion.
Okay.
She ain't
not-
in.
I don't know if personally it would be my dream wedding, but I can understand a couple that bonded over this and this is their thing.
Okay.
I wouldn't judge them for it.
It sounds like a tailgate date that got out of control.
That's
Tailgate
exactly
wedding.
What, yeah, that's exactly what this is. A tailgate wedding. And it's awesome. But it's something that won't be around forever.
No.
And Bills fans, you need to listen to me right now. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Take advantage of the Bills while they are good.
So enjoy the journey, the ride.
Well, no, not just the ride, but the stuff you can pull off. Because the Bills are good, We are getting away with so much Bills stuff right now. You can totally wear your Bills jersey to work whenever you want, and folks are going to think it's awesome. You can justify spending money on tickets to a game because seeing Josh Allen in person is a legitimate enough argument to do it. It's reasonable to want to spend money on a new TV, put a man cave in, a she shed, have a party every weekend where you're spending hundreds of bucks. Because if you are not plugged into what this team does, it feels like right now in Western New York, you are at a social disadvantage.
Okay.
Bill's success is letting us get away with a ton of stuff that would normally never fly.
So ride the wave.
If you do not strike while the iron is hot, you will not be able to do this ever again.
You'll never see another donut tunnel.
Look, I'm telling you the truth, man.
It'll go away.
Right now, do it. If you got any Bills thing you want to do, you do it right now because you have the cover of greatness to do it under.
Okay.
And I have proof of this. And it's funny how this works. 'Cause Kimmy,
What's that?
I'm going to talk to Kimmy now.
No, I'm listening.
His mind's still on donuts
Yeah,
over
I
there.
know. And you know what? It's all self-loathing too, because there's nothing he wants more than a donut, and he won't do it. Because I'm gonna.
I can't.
He stands shirtless for the mirror and squeezes his bosom. Why don't you go away? Why won't you go away? Kimmy, come back with me.
I'm coming.
Middle of the playoff drought. The average person gets invited to a Bills-themed wedding.
Okay.
It's not fun and interesting and unique.
It's a reminder.
It's sad. It's sad. No, look, I would have loved it, right? But
I mean, it's a test of that person's, level of fandom. I will give them credit for that. But you're right. It's not the most exciting at that time.
Like, people would walk around that wedding in the middle of the playoff drought and go, what the hell are they thinking, right? Whereas now, that is such a fun thing to do. And that goes for everything I just brought up. People were not going to spend a fortune on tickets to watch J.P. Lossman. You couldn't justify to your partner a big TV or a man cave to watch the Bills go 6-10. And the only water cooler talk those teams were generating, how much they sucked, and what other folks thought about the 20 minutes of the game they watched on Sunday.
You couldn't even buy a jersey without the fear of that jersey not being relevant in, 6 months.
100%. Like the amount. I mean, I have in my basement Trent Edwards, J.P. Lossman, James Hardy. I mean, I can go on and on and on. These jerseys that just...
A rack of losers.
That's exactly it, yeah. Also your mother's nickname. I mean, no exaggeration. You could name your kid Josh Allen Smith or Sean McDermott Jones, and people would think that was amazing. I highly doubt there are any Rex Ryan Jacksons out there, right? And no woman at that time should have even considered that being a good idea.
Baby Rex.
Baby Rex Ryan Stevenson.
There have to be so many Joshes right now, though.
I
wonder what the percentage of newborn Joshes are in the city of Buffalo.
Kimmy, it ain't just a job. I'm telling you. I'm going to guess there are over 500 babies in Western New York over the last 5 years whose first and middle names are Josh Allen, last name fill in the blank.
How many tattoos right now?
Yeah, I don't even want to think about it.
Got to be out of control, right?
Okay, but I am anti-sports franchise tattoo.
But they're insane, right? I mean, I know so many people that have them.
There has been a guy waiting outside of the Bills lot all season. So there's a driveway the Bills pull into to go to the game.
All right, what's he doing?
He's a big old Bills fan, and he's got a big round sign, and it says, "Josh, please sign my leg," because he wants Josh to autograph his leg.
Oh, then he's going to get a tattoo.
Get a tattoo over it.
That's a great idea if you like that stuff.
Now, I don't know if Josh has stopped for him yet, but I've seen him a couple of times standing out on the driveway.
Josh seems like the kind of guy that would do that for the game.
Well, he keeps standing there, so I'm guessing he's not getting an autograph tattoo every single week. I don't know. 252 WCMF right now, because the Bills are so good. If there's any Bills stuff you want to do that sounds crazy, you do it.
So it's
strike
party
while
time.
they're hot.
Yes, strike while, yes.
All right.
Bills Mafia wedding package, perfect example. Let's talk to Chuck. Hey, Chucky, how are you, buddy?
Pretty good. Hey, how about when wife wants to pop up and say, hey, I want to have another ceremony and renew our vows? It sounds like the perfect argument. If you want to do it, this is the way we do it.
Oh, Chucky, I
Vow
like
renewal. You could probably swing that.
I like it.
All right, just my idea.
That's it. Oh,
Chuck, he's simple and sweet.
All right, like a 10-year anniversary type of thing.
Yeah. Let's do a Bills Mafia
Yeah,
theme wedding.
you did one.
Well, yeah, it wasn't Bills Mafia theme.
No, but you could have.
Had he known.
It was everything my wife had ever imagined rolled into one. It was like Alice in Wonderland. I felt like I was on acid.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
in a kilt. My father.
There was a lot going on, but it was everything. Yeah, it's like everything all in one. You
My
got
dad and I and my brother in a
chicken
kilt.
tenders.
My father-in-law
There's a-
was in a dashiki with a yarmulke with his dreads hanging out under the back. He is Jewish, but from Jamaica.
There's a picture of us in front of a T-Rex.
Yep, there was a Tyrannosaurus Rex skeleton. Yeah, that was a weird day.
Yeah.
It's a very
A
strange.
lot of fun.
You know what's funny?
What's that?
You know why Tommy hates this discussion, Kimmy?
Why?
It's because his wife is the one selling him on Bill stuff right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What is the problem with you?
I know.
She buys all this stuff.
Yeah, she should buy all
She
this
buys
stuff.
it for the kids.
Yeah,
Like,
she's in a golden age right now, too, because she's got her new grandbabies that she gets to outfit
yes.
in all this cool stuff.
That
yeah.
kid's got everything.
And you stand here like a bitch and go, why? Why?
So, enough.
No, there is no such thing as enough.
All right, not in my house either.
I mean, bro, every kid in your family needs a jersey.
They all got them.
Okay, good.
I'm the only one that doesn't have a jersey.
Why don't you just wear a jersey?
I'm not a
Wear
jersey
something,
person.
Bills.
They look like a dress
Doesn't
on
have
me.
to be a jersey, then.
It's funny you say you're not a jersey guy when you're dressed like Frankie Valli this morning. Tommy, baby. Like, for example,
Uh-huh.
I am going to Kansas City to watch this game on Sunday. Like, it's going to be
Yeah.
great. And when I went to my wife, when our boss sends me this email and goes, I'd like to invite you out again,
Yeah.
go watch the AFC Championship game, my wife, without even hesitating, was like, you have to go.
Yeah.
Any year other than this year,
Yeah.
she would have been like, my wife went to London. We took our family to London to watch the
Oh,
Bills.
that's right.
Oh, yeah.
Because the Bills have been good. She was not going to London the first time to watch E.J. Manuel.
Yeah, not the same.
No, that'd be a tough sell.
Exactly. So, and I know every Bills fan listening has had opportunities solely because the team is good. Like, the ride has been fun, and we're soaking in the entertainment of the games. But get something else out of it, something that will last you longer than just while Josh Allen is here or the memory of a run to an AFC Championship game, potentially a Super Bowl.
Oh, okay. I'm ready.
Shut up. How are you such
I'm
a...
going to get rid of my Doug Marrone throw pillows.
I'll take those, actually.
Those are actual pillowesses.
I don't understand, with everything that has happened
Yeah.
and what a glommer you are, how you have not been swept up more in what is happening.
I mean, because I've been in this town for 31, 32 years.
Yeah.
And
You're looking at me. I was like 7. Don't look
yeah,
at me.
I mean, I've seen it. This wave.
You've seen it come and go.
No, you
Yes.
haven't. You came the year after they made their last Super Bowl.
but the excitement and the down, let them win.
Oh, my God.
Let's get
you're-
through it.
Your take is prove it.
Because they get to this wall. Let's get through the wall.
What a dick.
What?
What a dick.
Just get through the wall. That's all I'm asking for.
All I'm asking is for you to do what one team does every year.
Just get there.
What a dick.
It's
For a-
always so goddamn frustrating.
For a man who's never finished in first place in anything, that's an interesting take. Every guy you've ever worked with worked across the street. What's that say? When everyone else is an
You
a-hole.
may want to give a couple of those guys a call. They may need help.
Let's take a break. So, luckily, the Bills game this weekend is on CBS.
Yeah.
Right? So you can watch it for free.
Mhm.
Good to go.
Oh, what's happening?
Well, no, we also know that the NFL, really all major sports now, are moving towards the streaming
Yeah, yeah.
platforms, right? And it costs a lot to have all the streaming platforms to watch all the sports you want to watch.
Mhm.
Now it's going to cost you a little bit more.
Oh,
Netflix is doing it again.
damn.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. Things are going better than anyone could imagine for this company.
Oh, good.
It's a success that seemed unthinkable when they made a decision a year and a half ago. So, because they are swimming in record profits, why not raise prices?
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room. It's just classic rock, 96.5, WCMF, just after 9 o'clock. A discussion about being single, getting older, and someone that catches your eye.
Yeah.
Because there is a theory floated by a buddy of mine that you immediately agreed with. And I think we were on the same page. And when we were having this discussion in a commercial break in the room, somebody got very angry.
Oh.
Very angry. Because, Kimmy,
Yeah.
just because this person is single in this age does not make them this?
Yeah, I think so.
Really?
Uh-huh.
Oh, really? We're going to find out then.
Okay.
It's after 9 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. Netflix is on a heater right now.
Oh, yeah.
Their last quarter, they added almost 20 million new subscribers.
I mean, think about the majority of stuff most people watch has got to be Netflix.
Yeah, well, not to mention they started adding live programming. You had that Jake Paul, Mike
Boxing?
Tyson. No, it wasn't boxing. It was an art dance piece. Then you have the new Squid Game that's coming out. People are very excited about that. You had NFL games for the first time on Netflix. They set records doing that.
They had wrestling.
Yep. Oh, yeah. I forgot about
Raw.
WWE.
I had a Raw on, baby.
And all of this has come after people thought Netflix was going to go out of business when they started actually charging people for using their service.
Yeah, they do it right.
They're making record profits.
And
they're now raising prices again.
Bend over.
Okay, so if you subscribe to Netflix, their basic service with ads will increase to about $8 a month. That's a dollar hike.
That's not bad.
The premium package will now cost $24.99, 9% higher than what they had previously.
Damn.
$25 a month for the premium Netflix.
Yeah.
And I don't know what the difference between the ad versus the premium versus the stuff in between is, but $25 a month for one streaming service is getting up there now.
But it's the one I won't cut, and they know it.
Yeah.
Because, like, there's other ones I'll periodically watch a show on there.
Okay.
But we watch something on Netflix every week. Something.
Okay.
Even if it's a one or done in another series.
Is a one or done like a one and done?
One or done.
Is one or done?
One or done, son.
Is that what Larry the Cable Guy
I got the
watched?
Charlie Daniels subscription where it's one or done.
The one's gonna done her again. Okay. I don't mean to go all like anti-capitalism here for a second. You're making record profits. You don't have to raise your prices,
right. You can
man.
just keep it the same.
Like, you're like, how about we get to the point where you're making more money than you ever made. Why are you charging me more money, man? Come on.
I know.
Come on.
And it's right out there. Usually they're kind of sly about this stuff. This is like wide open. This is what we're doing.
And they're also not making a ton of money on advertising that they hadn't made in the past because those NFL games, the live sporting events, the wrestling, the boxing, the other stuff that they're going to have on there, they put ads in those, right? The hook initially for Netflix, before they offered the ad subscription, was you're watching everything with no advertising. So they are making money the traditional way now, much like CBS, Fox, and NBC does, broadcasting games. And they're getting us to pay for it.
So one thing I don't think Netflix does yet, just on regular programming that all the other services do, when you pause something for a moment, an ad comes up. And it's just frozen.
So
it'll just be an ad, for something.
Okay.
And then when you go back to the show, it's a still shot of something.
Interesting.
And I think they're the only ones that don't do it yet. So that's coming.
Yeah, you're probably right. To make it even more of a kick in the scrote,
What?
Netflix says
They didn't cancel Kick in the Scrote today. I love that show.
Netflix says in 2024 it added a record 41 million subscribers. Just to put that in perspective, that's about 15% of the population of the United States of America.
So it's California.
Yes.
Like the entire state of California.
It's like if everybody in California, just decided today I want a Netflix. Now that's worldwide, but again, why you need another dollar? Come on!
Well, and it's. I mean, most people I know that have had Netflix for a while too. It's not like anybody was like, "Hey, you know what Netflix really needs more of? Live events. That's what's going to get me to stay with Netflix." Like, I mean, now that they have it, I'm sure people are watching it, but I don't know how many people really were like, I hope Netflix adds more like that.
No, you make a really great point. The reason why these other streaming services started adding live events, like, Peacock had NBC, so that was going to work out together. Same thing with, Paramount Plus, whatever. Amazon added football to get people to
come over,
use
yeah.
Amazon Prime.
Right.
That's
Right.
what they
It
wanted to
didn't
do.
benefit the people really that already had it.
And, like, don't get me wrong. I thought the Netflix presentation of the NFL games was really good, right? Like, I had no problem with it. But to your point, how much more am I going to have to pay to watch next year's games? And then
just for a game, maybe two.
And I would also have loved to watch Netflix toy with the idea of letting people buy per game. Like, take 10.
Oh, pay-per-view.
Yes, like take $10 off my monthly subscription, because I'm sure, I mean, look, the NFL costs a fortune to put on, right? We're talking hundreds of millions.
Oh, yeah.
And give me the opportunity to spend $5, $10, $12 to watch the game that I want to watch.
I mean, have we seen any of the streaming service prices go down
No.
since they? I don't see anything like this happening. Maybe they stay the same for a while, but I don't see any of them actually dropping their price.
They don't even stay the same for a while. Every couple months, it's up again. They go out of business before they lower prices, right? Like, we've seen streaming services just dissolve
or get
eaten up by other ones,
yeah.
right? All right, by the way, Paul writes.
What's Paul saying?
We're talking about Netflix. They have announced yesterday, despite the fact that they added 41 million subscribers in 2024, that they are seeing record profits. They are going to be increasing rates again. The ad-supported subscription will be added $1 a month. Now, premium Netflix, the top tier, is up 9%, $24.99 a month. Paul says, to your point about the pause ads.
Yeah.
All streaming services have pause ads now. Prime, Hulu, and HBO, from what I know. So it looks like Paul has Prime, Hulu, and HBO.
Yeah.
Or Max, that's what they call it now.
Yeah,
Max.
I got all of them.
You know what I discovered the
What's
other
that?
day? Max has all the old Looney Tunes cartoons.
Oh.
Really?
Like the Merry Melody stuff that
They
was
have
on it.
Warner Brothers or.
But
Yeah,
why do you
they
want to
must.
watch that crap when you got all this cool new stuff?
I forgot it. I forgot how funny those were.
They're very clever, but I can't go back, man. There's just too much new.
Take a second and go watch an old Looney Tunes cartoon.
They're cute.
No, I'm telling you, they're better than you remember.
But there's this whole docu-series on crystal meth I wanted to get to.
No, there's a Bugs Bunny
Where,
cartoon.
where he's dealing meth?
You don't think that Yosemite Sam was on crystal meth?
They had to be on something, bro.
You don't have that many guns, that kind of energy, and that kind of mustache
Yeah.
without smoking crystal meth.
Man, what was the Tasmanian Devil on then?
There's nothing higher than crystal meth we could have done, Kim.
Yeah, we kind of took it as far as we could.
Okay, we hit the ceiling with crystal meth.
Bad. Sorry.
No, look, I'm just saying.
I was just trying to have fun too.
No, you've been in the room long enough where I thought we
I
understood
know,
joke
my
theory.
bad.
See,
Took
it's-
it.
But
Took it
that
one step too
Tasmanian
far.
devil there, man. Guy's got a case of the spins.
It's a lot of bottles over there.
Yeah.
What are you?
Would you go to spin class?
See, Kimmy's been putting the rain cloud on everything this week.
Yeah.
No, I haven't.
See, there you go. There you go. Rain
I
cloud
was
there.
all about Donut Tower.
Okay, fine. No,
Yeah.
don't try and join up here, because Tommy and I agreed 100% with a theory that was presented to me when I brought it up in a commercial break a couple of days ago. And when this theory was floated, you got very upset.
Yeah, I think it was offensive.
I think
To a
it's
certain group of people.
It holds true, man. Like 100% of the time, it doesn't miss.
Because you didn't have any issues.
And my issues were cool.
We know the older you get,
Yeah.
the harder it is to meet someone if you're
Yeah.
single. And there are, God, thousands of stories of people that have had disaster situations
Yeah.
where you get in a relationship with someone and you find out as an adult, oh my God.
Yikes.
So because of that, I don't think this theory is out of the question.
Okay.
But somebody in this room does. We'll tell you why. Kimmy got very upset with the idea of a woman over this age being single being this every time. Next, here at the break room on CMF. Everything you could ever want in a partner.
Oh.
Gorgeous, kind, successful.
Nice.
And single.
Oh.
But that last part might actually be a red flag.
Yeah.
Because as much as one person in this room wants to argue, when you find that combination in someone over 30 years old, this thought has to at least creep into your head. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. You can hear our sultry voices.
Oh, wow.
But do you want to see what Tommy is wearing to go fishing in an Irish bay today? Look on the Odyssey app, WCMF.com, YouTube or Twitch, The Break Room, WCMF on YouTube or Twitch. It is our live stream. Like, I mean, what are you doing?
What's wrong with what I got on?
You know what he kind of looks like?
Van Morrison at a baptism?
I think with his outfit combined with the headphones that he has, he looks like he's the sound guy on the set of an adult film in the 70s.
You guys make good money.
You're right. He's an extra in Boogie Nights. You're skinnier Philip Seymour Hoffman.
How do you know that?
What?
About porn.
I said, you look like a sound guy on the set of an adult
But
film.
you should not know that as a young lady.
I am appalled.
I am appalled.
As a sound man on an adult film, I cannot believe. All of that brought to you by our good friends at Three Heads Brewing. If you need something for this weekend, and we're all going to need it,
Yes.
Three Heads Brewing is your place to be. I was hanging out with a buddy I grew up with last weekend.
Yeah.
It was like a surprise thing, very cool. And out of nowhere, he goes, I got to show you something. So he pulls out his phone, and he pulls up Instagram.
Yeah.
And there's this girl we both went to middle school with, and we've both known her since we were like 11.
All right.
And this girl, everyone's dream girl.
Dang.
And always has been from since knowing her.
So she maintained.
Oh, okay, so let's put it this way. Gorgeous, yeah, all the way through. Now, then, gorgeous, great person, very kind, very smart, very successful, very funny, like everything you can think of, this woman is.
Perfect.
And she stayed that way now into her late 30s. So he pulls up her Instagram, because that's not a totally creepy thing to do.
Yep.
And he shows me, he goes, look, she's single. She had put up some post about, back on a journey, blah, blah, blah. She got divorced a couple of years ago, and she's been on the market for a little while, and she still looks gorgeous.
Wow.
Gorgeous. So my buddy's single, and I tell him, I go, hey, man, if you're going to do it, now's the time. Go make your move. I'll slide in them DMs, which I don't know if I'm too old to say.
I got you.
But I said it.
I enjoyed it.
And he's like, nah.
Why?
He goes, well, she's gorgeous. She's single. She's over 30. It means she's nuts.
There's a few flags there.
So I told you this story the other day because he said it, and I go, okay, it kind of makes sense.
Yeah.
And I came in here, and I told you guys this story in the commercial break, and you go,
Yeah, there's some flags there.
Same reaction you just had.
yep. All of those things check out for you. Because if she wasn't crazy, some guy would have locked that down the second she hit the free market
Would
again.
have wifed it up.
And as we have this discussion, someone else in the room went off like a car alarm.
Who did
But
that?
I think the story that you're telling is a perfect description of why this woman is single. Because if she's as perfect as you describe her to be, maybe a lot of guys don't approach her.
Oh, is that it? They're too intimidated?
You just said your buddy didn't even want to reach out, didn't even want to try.
Well, it's because he assumes she's crazy.
Well, is it that, or is he too scared to talk to her?
Oh, let's see what's happening here.
I'm asking.
You see what's
I'm asking.
happening?
I don't know your buddy. I'm simply asking a
No,
question.
to be fair, I don't know. I do not know. But here's the debate.
Yeah.
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Tommy,
Yeah.
you are the only one in this room that has been single as an older person, over 30.
Yeah.
Did you find that women who were the best catches, what you thought up front, also had some kind of crazy baggage attached to them?
Some did, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. You met one of them.
Oh, yeah.
She's crazy. Quite beautiful.
Gorgeous, even.
Oh.
Yeah.
But nuts.
Completely nuts.
Yes.
Like, oh, my God.
Yeah.
What about her was crazy?
Where you want to start?
I'm curious.
Well, I mean, I don't know if the statute of limitations are up at this
like,
point.
I guess my question is, what would your definition of crazy be?
Okay, so one night I'm coming home from the club and I get a text.
Comedy club. He was not out discoing,
Yeah.
despite the outfit.
Comedy club. And she said, hey, what are the codes to get into your house? And I'm like, why? She goes, oh, don't worry, I'm already in.
Yeah, it's a massive.
And we
reference.
already stopped seeing each other.
So you weren't even like together at that point.
Right.
Yeah.
And she was in there feeding my dog peanuts.
Oh.
Yes. Sitting on the couch. Like, I thought we were all, why are you? And then she didn't, and then she left.
Yeah, that's crazy.
A little bit. And
No,
there was other-
it's a lot of
and
crazy.
There is other stuff.
Sure, I get it.
But that was one of the tamer things.
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
I understand what you're saying. Kimmy, I don't mean to make this a female thing. I don't, right?
Uh-huh.
But it's the only example we have. Because despite you fighting hard over there for womankind, which I can respect, sticking with your people, let's flip the script. Kimmy, 36-year-old guy.
Yeah.
Very good looking.
Yeah.
Great job, makes good money, and he's single.
Yeah.
You aren't walking into that situation thinking something has to be wrong beneath the surface with this guy.
Oh, I probably have my assumptions.
Okay, so what are you yelling at us for?
But it's not so much that he's crazy. It's more of he probably just doesn't want a commitment. I would think like that guy likes being single. He enjoys his independence to this point. I would think he doesn't want to settle down, and that's why he's still single.
So that's a thought you have with the woman we're discussing as well.
Yeah, I think so. And I think people, especially in their 30s, they have a routine. They enjoy their independence.
Okay.
And maybe they don't want somebody coming in and messing it all up.
But I mean, we're charming and fun, and we add to your lives.
Yeah.
We don't subtract, mess up anything.
We bring, we give.
Yeah, look at us. Look at all the giving.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Friend of mine, go way back, middle school together. Ran into him last weekend, and he shows me, he goes, oh, you got to see this. This girl we knew since we were 11 years old. She's always been gorgeous, like deep catch, perfect catch. She's single again.
Mhm.
She's in her late 30s. She looks exactly the same, like dream woman, and my buddy is single. And I go, bro, now's your chance.
Yeah.
Get all up in there. And he's like, nah, man, she's over 30. She's single. She's beautiful. She's got to be crazy. And I didn't disagree with him. And I brought this in, and you didn't disagree with
No.
him. And we started having this discussion, and Kimmy flipped out.
And you can kind of see it in their profile a little bit, even when you're creeping around. You know what I mean?
Like,
Do
what do
you
you
realize what you just said?
Hey, I understand.
When I'm creeping around,
When
I see the
said,
crazy.
When you creeping around, you'll see like she's beautiful, and she's but there's also like there'll be her favorite Bible verse will be in there.
Oh, I don't think religious makes you
but there'll also be a
crazy.
skanky picture of her
For
with
God's sakes.
down in Myrtle
No.
Beach.
I'm out
See what
now.
you did
We were
there.
together.
Yep.
We were together.
We're
and
off the Tommy
there's
train.
there's kind of a mix.
Okay, that's
message
not okay.
in
That
there.
you're just describing somebody that isn't your type. You don't.
But
go
you're
for
kind of.
somebody-
I don't know what to think here because like
That
kinda-
could be a plus for some people.
I get an easy Christian. I guess is what I'm calling. it.
Oh, my God, Jinx.
That's what God would say.
What are you doing?
This is
No,
not what
that's
I-
not what I'm saying.
No,
This
I would-
man does not represent me.
When I look at the profile and I see mixed messages, I go, she's kind of all over. the
Tommy
place.
Muley at WCMF.com. I don't feel like dealing with emails today. All right, let me ask you a
I mean,
question.
like if you looked at a guy and he was into NASCAR and poetry, they don't match up.
That would be unique. That's a renaissance,
That's not unique.
man.
That's a nut.
What are you talking about?
I don't want to read his goddamn poetry.
Okay, so I pulled up her Instagram account just to get a gauge here.
Favorite Bible verse.
What did you just say?
Favorite
Look-
Bible verse.
Look at what God did. He smited your mouth. Much like I did to your mom. So I'm looking through her stuff. I'm not
Yeah.
seeing Bible verses. I do see a lot of pictures of her dog.
Okay.
Is that a red flag?
Is she a dog mom?
She must be. I mean,
All right, but then does she identify as dog mom?
no. Does not say dog mom anywhere in her
All right.
Instagram profile.
Okay.
Kimmy,
Yeah.
lots of pictures of her dog.
That's
Would
cute.
that? I know. Would that be? What would be scary about that for a dude?
I'm asking if it's a red flag. That's
I mean,
all.
I'm not attracted to her, so I couldn't tell you.
Well, you haven't seen a picture of her. All I'm saying.
Well, I mean, I don't see that as an issue, but
Okay,
I
no.
guess I'm not. Like, that would be a plus for me if that was a guy and all he had pictures of was his dog.
Here, let me get rid of this so nobody on the camera. I accidentally. There she is.
Yeah.
No, I'm not saying it is a red flag. I'm going through her
Yeah.
Instagram because Tommy had said, there were things you could see on social media. That's really all that stands out. So that's not a red flag to anybody here.
A pet? No.
Not
Okay.
not for me.
All right. Lots of pictures, though. Lots of them.
Okay, but that's like everybody loves dogs. Everybody kind of likes cats.
Oh, so cat would bother you.
No, but if you go below cat, like if she has a favorite pet that's not the standards, that might be a flag.
Can you give me an example of a pet that
Iguana.
would a woman with an iguana, that would be a red flag.
Wouldn't that creep you out, man? Like she's like lizard woman.
But if she looked like that, no, I could
Hot chick, iguana.
I could look past an iguana.
What
for,
if she is snake lady?
Okay.
She got a snake.
Yeah, if she's kind and beautiful, I could look past a snake.
Could you deal with her being snake lady?
Yeah, I think
Because
so.
like if you go to the house, you got to hold a snake.
Fine. Oh, she's gonna have to too. Come on, people. Am I right? High five.
Let me ask you this, because the way you describe this woman is like you said dream dream woman.
Like if you were to design a woman, a single woman in her 30s, go ahead.
Can
From
you
her smile to
can
her
you
clipper.
think of a guy?
She's a keeper.
Can you think of a guy around the same age who would be an equal to her?
Like that I know?
Yes.
I don't think we know anybody attractive.
No, there's no. What handsome single guys?
I don't think we know anybody doable.
Is that part of the problem here?
You don't know any doable guys?
No, for women to do, not me do. Chick do.
You do?
You do.
Okay,
that
so
Then you
voodoo.
can't think of a single person that would match up with her on an equal level.
It's hard to find attractive men.
Career-wise.
How did I look?
Maybe that's another reason why she's single.
Well, no,
Alright.
but again, like that doesn't really register in most relationships. Like my wife is far more attractive than I am. Tommy's
Yeah.
wife is far more attractive than he is. Your husband far more attractive than you are.
But when the pool's smaller at that age,
It gets tough.
could be tougher to meet somebody that you are on the same, level as.
Okay,
I
well-
will say this: as you age, everybody falls into this negative category because you just carry more baggage with you at that point.
okay, there's
If you're young and at 30, you're not that old. You're 50, 60 years old and you're on your second or third lap. You got some baggage. That's going to be a flag.
Like I have single friends that just assume at this point in their lives they're going to meet somebody who's already been married.
okay, but
Yeah.
I'm not saying that's a red flag. I'm not
Yeah.
saying that's a
no,
red flag.
I'm not either. That's but like
It has a potential for more flaggage.
Okay, flaggage.
As we call it.
252 WCMF. The hypothesis: if she's over 30, gorgeous and single, she's crazy. Tommy and I were kind of like. Kimmy and I was like, oh, Kimmy and I. Kimmy herself, how dare you? And then I go, what if it was a guy? She goes,
Yes.
252 WCMF. You said talking, Kimmy, about being single, trying to meet somebody at an older age. I know that guy. Ben's on CMF. Hey, Ben, how are you, buddy?
he's out there dating.
Yeah, what's up, guys? How y'all doing?
Good to hear from you, buddy.
Yeah, it's been a few days. I believe there are women that are just, I don't know if hot, so attractive that they're, like for me, I'm not the greatest talker when it comes to talking to women.
Ben, come on.
This
Ben.
call proves
I
it.
know, but like, there's this one girl I know that I am terrified to go talk to her because I know she's way out of my league, and I've had opportunities.
she walks
to go
upright.
talk to her. Yeah, exactly. No. But when it comes to somebody that's that attractive, it can
hind
be
legger.
scary to go talk to them.
All right, Ben, let me ask you a question, because you have shared with us that you are now in the midst of trying to meet someone new. How old are you, buddy?
40.
40 years old.
Hey, just went go-karting.
That's just it. You revealed to us that you were taking a woman on a first date to the go-kart track in Henrietta. How did that date go, Ben?
Okay. First off, she was super cool about everything. We had to replan the date, I don't know, somewhere between 5 to 10 times or something stupid like that.
Because you found out how expensive go-karting was?
No, I know how expensive go-karting was. It's just I had bills I forgot about.
Okay.
Is what happened. She was very understanding about it, which was awesome. And so we wound up just grabbing McDonald's and going down to – shut up, Tommy. Not everybody is living in Pittsburgh, okay? And we sat down by Irondequoit Bay and just talked for a few hours.
All right.
That's what serial killers do. And she was never heard from again.
Ben, so
Well,
did you get a second date?
we're working on it.
All right.
She's single and she has kids, and I'm single and have kids.
I get it.
It's just hard
I get it.
working out schedules. But
Okay.
yeah, we're
So just to go back to our initial hypothesis, then, you are with Kimmy just because she's single, over 30, and gorgeous does not mean she's crazy.
no, you can still be unattractive and be mental.
All right, Ben. Thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the
Put
day.
that on a T-shirt. Went down to the bay with a bag of McDonald's. Why don't you give me a little smooch, honey?
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe crazy is the wrong word. Look, I see you ladies. I want to talk to you ladies. I want
right.
the opposite. I want the other side here.
Okay.
'Cause, Kimmy is just angry at us. She could be arguing for them. Crazy might be the wrong word to go with here.
Oh.
Because,
You're saying red flag.
yeah, well, no, crazy is a red flag. Because, you brought up, if we flipped the script, you said, Kimmy, maybe he just likes being single, doesn't want to get things screwed up. I mean, if they're single in their late 30s and good looking, are they career driven? Because that could get in the way
could
of a
be a career
relationship.
girl, yeah.
Are they too picky? Like a person.
Older you get, the pickier you get, they
Okay,
say.
all right. And, I mean, they could also have something not standard going on that you'd just be waiting to see. Because, haven't we all been in a relationship at some point where, things are going really well, and then out of nowhere, they show you something about themselves or tell you something about themselves where it's just for
Like
you.
something in their past
or present, whatever.
Okay, all
For
right.
you, it's just too much to handle.
Yeah, the mask comes up maybe.
Yeah, I mean, I don't look at that as crazy.
No,
It's
but
just
it's
something
just
that you didn't see coming. Or
Exactly.
Don't
Yeah.
know how to
Shocking.
navigate.
I mean, it almost feels like, and Tommy, tell me again if I'm wrong, because you're the only one that's been older and single.
Mm.
The older you get, the more you would want to see the flaws right out of the gate.
Well, yeah.
Because if they seem too good to be true, they usually are.
Yeah, and you're running out of time.
Yeah, right? Like, because when we first meet people, no matter what the age is, all we do is lie to each other's faces,
Mhm.
right? And you lie about all kinds of little things. Then a few months go by, and then the real you comes out, and you got to, like, start all over again with the relationship.
Yeah, here comes the surface.
So why not just, like, be straight up? Like, yeah, I'm a little bit crazy.
It would be nice if we did that.
Well, yeah, I'm crazy. Well, I'll make it with you a while.
I won't go. You go first.
Okay.
Do you also think, and I think this applies to a lot of people in their 30s, men may be looking for women slightly younger and women are looking for men slightly older.
Is that true?
So it's maybe a little more uncommon to find somebody your own age.
Okay.
At that age.
Okay.
If you know what I mean.
I get what you're
Yeah,
saying.
guys are out looking for some firm tail.
So what are the girls looking for? Soft dong?
No, a
Somebody
mature
more
rod.
mature.
A mature ride. Is that what you
a mature
call?
rod.
Is that what you call your soft dong? Soft and mature. Which is actually the name of the porn that Tommy was doing sound on earlier this week. 252 WCMF. The hypothesis is if she's over 30, single and gorgeous, she's crazy.
Run.
Tommy and I, Kimmy, how dare you?
She's a good woman.
Let's talk to Denise. Hey, Denise, how are you?
Hey, I'm good, Duff. How are you?
Good. What do you got for us?
Well, you are a hockey dad, a girl hockey dad. I'm a girl's hockey mom.
Okay.
Didn't it occur to you that maybe she's gay?
Okay, all right. No, I know she was married to a guy. You're right. You're right. Some people like to drive two
Exactly.
cars. So she could have gone the other. I don't know. I don't know, Denise.
That's right. She might be playing for the other team.
It's very possible, but okay, let's say that's not the case. Let's
All
say
right.
she is a straight woman interested only in men. She is single. She's over 30. Denise, is she crazy?
No, I think what's the point? Why should she? Why? She's enjoying life. She's successful. She's gorgeous. She can have what she wants. Why does she need to be tied down to a man?
We're not tied down. Just going on a date doesn't mean you're tied down.
Well,
just to be interested.
We're talking about commitment.
And in this girl's
you don't
defense,
know that she's not dating.
exactly.
She's
Right.
not
She may
married.
be. She may be hanging out with people. All right, Denise, are you a single woman? Or are you spoken for?
I am a happily divorced woman.
All right, so she's crazy. Denise is crazy.
Yeah, it was all his fault.
Man,
You know it was.
don't do this because now we're gonna get a story from Denise that I don't want to hear. It's gonna make me sad.
Oh yeah, he was in jail, so that's
Erica, see what you did?
You did
So,
this.
All right, Denise, if you don't mind me asking, how old are you?
I am 67.
Wow,
67.
Damn,
You got a
girl.
young voice for a 67.
Calm down over there. Hey, Denise.
Oh, and wait,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Duffy, I got to tell you something about that KC game.
Yeah, sure.
If there's a late penalty against KC, you better hightail it out of there because those nice KC fans aren't going to be so nice.
All right, thank you for the advice, Denise.
keep
I
it in
really
mind.
appreciate it. Thank you. There goes sexy voice, 67-year-old.
I would never put her at 67.
No.
Yeah, no, I was falling in love with her as she
Yeah.
was talking. Yeah, not that I wouldn't love a 67-year-old. I'm gonna stop. Going back to the initial story.
Yeah.
Right? It is a little bit weird as we, kick off this thing with this girl we knew in middle school, my buddy, hanging out, pointing out that she's single now and all this stuff.
Mhm.
It is a little bit weird to me that he didn't want to take any shot with this woman.
Yeah, I am surprised. Like, you could still go have some fun.
What's the
Figure it
wor-
out later.
What's the worst that happened?
Nothing.
Yeah.
Like she
You
shoots.
It doesn't work out.
Exactly.
You
Like,
might have a little fun in the process.
Or she ignores your message or text, whatever.
But what do you got to lose? Nothing.
and they're already familiar with each other. It's not like you're like walking out of the
Yeah.
darkness. Like we all
Yeah, he
grew up
should've went
together.
for it.
Yeah.
I could see wanting to avoid it, though, if this is somebody that you see or have the potential to run into occasionally where it would be a little awkward.
I mean, both of us haven't seen this woman
Okay.
since we graduated high school.
Yeah, so go do it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how. All right, let's take a break.
All right.
So we have come to the conclusion we were right.
Yes.
Okay, great. You want to live a long life, and you want the secrets to long life. I mean, hell, Tommy, people spend a fortune on snake oil that claim they're going to make you live past where you're supposed to live. They say the best way to gather information is to talk to people that have been there before.
So the old folk.
Yeah, you got it. But that doesn't work either.
Why?
Well, because, why have we not come to the conclusion that all of the advice that these 100-year-old people give on how to live to 100 is not actually why they're 100? And we'll get into it next here in the break room. On CMF. they say if you want the right answer, you go find somebody who's been through it.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess with that theory, it all checks out here.
Okay.
But we've seen over and over and over again that's not the case.
Oh.
And we need to stop asking people that live to very high ages,
Mm-hmm.
what do you think got you here? You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. There is a woman, her name's Josie Romano. She lives downstate
Yeah.
in a home, and she is celebrating her 100th birthday. And I got to give Josie credit, man. She looks phenomenal for 100 years
She
old.
don't look scary.
No, she's getting around on her own. Like if I had
Like
to-
she's out on a walker?
No, it looks like she's just walking around.
Damn, that's impressive.
I would put her at 80 if you had to make
Yeah.
me guess. So she's doing something right.
Mm-hmm.
And as usual, when they send the news out to these places to celebrate someone turning some ridiculous age,
Yeah.
somebody takes a mic and
Mhm.
goes, "Hey, so what advice do you have for living to 100?"
Yeah, where's the fountain of youth?
Well, she answered, and
did she say?
Well, she told the news that 3 things got her here.
Mm-hmm.
Quote: "I love to eat. Once in a while, a little drink when I feel good, and I love to dance."
Okay, so moving around,
Staying active.
eating, and drinking.
Yeah, according to Josie, you will live to 100
The simple things.
if you
Okay.
eat, drink a little, and dance like no one's watching.
So Nelly was right.
No, I don't think that was Nelly.
Yeah.
What?
I thought she was supposed to be dancing in front of the mirror with naked.
Nobody said naked.
No, she's naked by yourself.
What?
Dancing. Yeah, it's a Nelly song.
Are you
Yeah, we
naked
know,
by
we
yourself
know.
dancing?
Yeah.
Getting hot in here is what he's
Yes,
No, I
yeah,
know,
yeah,
but
yeah.
I'm
I
trying
don't
to
know
let,
how
I'm trying to
that
get him
applies
to
to-
get to
yeah.
the lyrics.
Oh.
And I don't know how
Girl,
that.
I think my butt's getting big. I got the right song.
I know, but how does that apply to what that woman
Well, dancing, moving around.
checking your reflection and telling your
Yeah.
best friend, like, "Girl, I think my butt's getting big"?
Mhm.
What does that have to do with what I just said?
It's a good song.
Going back to the story we started with,
Yeah.
I'd like to make a proposal.
What's that?
Can we stop asking super old people what they did to live?
Well,
to 100?
I mean, it is relevant. I mean, they lived this long life, and they did some things that maybe helped them.
Okay, but here's why it's not relevant.
What?
They never say exercise, sleep, lack of stress.
Mhm.
The answers you get from these people are never the same.
Yeah.
And it feels like when you get answers from some of these people, it justifies people doing bad things thinking they're helping.
Well, that's the
I
only
drink a
reason we listen.
Coca-Cola every
Yeah.
day.
Well, no, like, yeah, Kimmy, you'll talk to a
Yeah.
100-year-old guy who goes, "I ate a pound of bacon every day, done it since 1942. That's my secret to life." Then
Worked for him.
Yes, 102-year-old woman next to him. "Well, I'm drinking 3 Manhattans a day since 1964, and that's why I am where I am." And what they don't tell you in these stories
What's that?
is that these people also have 2 other siblings that live to like 97 and 95.
Yeah.
It's all genetics.
Yeah, it's in the genes.
I mean,
Once you get that far, yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
like granted, yes, you could do things to derail the great genetics you have, but you're going to live to 100 because your body's going to allow you
It
to
was
live
designed.
to. Yes,
Yeah.
most people are not going to live to 100. And I don't think eating pounds of bacon every day is going to do anything but hurt you.
All right.
This guy just, for some reason, has some super body where he can drink bacon grease and make it to 100 years old. It like makes my skin crawl every time they do these
But,
interviews.
but to your point, you're always looking to hear what you want to hear
Yes.
in these stories.
Yes.
I mean, Tommy's going to be that guy, right?
I hope he doesn't.
He's going to be living to 100, and he's going to say, "Hey, all you got to do is drink a glass of whiskey every day."
Listen to
and-
Nelly.
Girl, like hot, naked. Go. Well, look, in
Dress well,
7 years when he makes it to 100, we'll ask him.
and he's small, so he's going to go long.
He's definitely going.
I'm small and I'm half Italian.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's got the genetics.
I mean, how old was your mother when she went?
So my mother was just shy of her 90th.
Okay.
My old man was 87, but they both never did anything healthy.
Not
Like
like,
they didn't. Their health was not a concern.
Yeah.
What do you say?
not like you.
I'm pretty healthy.
Yeah.
Better.
I eat my raw stuff.
You do, yeah.
As a matter of fact, I have my raw stuff all the time.
No kidding.
Yeah, it's a nice raw bar. Stop by every once in a while.
Where's that?
We'll be over at your mama's house. All the clams you could eat.
You're pickled on the inside.
I don't. I have cut back on the drinking. I don't drink at work anymore.
Except for when you do.
No, the booze has been gone since they took away the cabinet.
Again,
Well, you
I
also
have.
had a job where you could do that, which helps with your stress.
Right, so that guy. So I don't drink at work, and I don't drink it much during the week. I do get after it on the weekends.
The planet is not ready for a 100-year-old
Nope.
Tommy Muley. And by the way, Billy Joel, truer words never spoken, only the good die young. The other thing, too, like when it comes to, because we all want to imagine living to 100.
Oh, sure.
Right? But here's the
I
problem.
don't know how much fun it actually is.
And that's the problem, is we talk about this woman, Josie. She lives downstage, turned to 100, turned to 100. And they asked her, as they always do, what's your secret? And she says, I love to eat. Every once in a while, I have a drink. And I love to dance.
Yeah.
And these things are never relevant. I don't think being 100, with the exception of this woman who's in great shape, is any kind of fun.
No.
Your friends,
You're right.
Your friends are dead.
Your family's gone.
Your family's dead. You can't really do any hobbies that look enjoyable.
No.
Right? You can't see, have a hard time hearing.
Right.
You don't taste anything, which would actually help if I knew your mom. And what little joys in life do you find at that age?
I guess it's just seeing the sun come up, seeing, being outside. Like, it would have to get down to the base, simple things of life. Like being able to drink a cup of coffee in the morning and have dinner at night and watch your favorite TV show. I mean, your world gets so narrow and small at that point because, to your point, you're kind of a prisoner in your own body at that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But does that simple life make life better?
I don't think so.
Okay, but you can't say that because, you got 7 years till you get
and every day you're just maybe grateful. You maybe makes you more grateful in life because you have made it this long.
So to your point, my old man, every time I would go down and see him, the first thing he would say, and he meant it not as a joke, he goes, I can't believe I'm still here. Because, my old man smoked his whole life.
Sure.
He drank his whole life. He had hypertension, and he ate heavy Italian food. So he never really cared about his diet.
How many heart attacks did he have?
So he had a massive heart attack at 55. He had quadruple bypass surgery in 1970. Then after that, he had congenital heart failure for the rest of his life. So at one point, he collapsed on a golf course.
Kimmy, by the way, back in that time, the quadruple bypass, they just put vacuum hoses in you.
Yeah.
That was the technology.
They would go down to Big Lots.
I mean, one thing you could also maybe you look forward to is you would know your potentially great grandchildren
If they come around.
Yeah, but I think just being around to see them may be a lot for people.
Here's what my fear is. Let's say you live to 100. You're in a nice nursing home.
Sure.
The one with the ice cream machine.
Oh, I want that ice cream machine so bad.
Right? I would be afraid when the great grandkids come in and look at you. The expression on their face when they see you laying in bed would be like, I want to go home.
Well, but that's if you're laying in bed.
No, let's just say you're in a nice upright chair with a blanket over your creepy legs watching TV.
To Kimmy's point, we have 2 pictures hanging in my house, and we were very fortunate. My mother's grandmother, my great grandmother, made it to over 100, and my wife's grandmother. Made it to over 100.
This is both on your mom's side.
Oh, no, one on my mom's side and my mother's father's.
No, your wife's.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Your wife and your mother.
We got people over 100 on each side. And both of my kids' great-great-great-grandmothers got to hold them, and we have pictures of it.
Very cool.
So it is a beautiful, right? Now, I mean, on my mom's side, I don't really know my great-grandmother all that well, so I don't know how she felt about holding a half Jamaican baby, but we have the picture.
Yes.
The picture exists, and it is like a beautiful moment. Like it's 2-3 generations. They're holding, you know what I mean? They're in contact with each other.
I think it depends on how selfish you are when you age.
Explain.
The more selfish you are, the harder it is for you to age.
Oh.
Because nature just starts taking things away from you.
Okay.
And you have no control over it. So my mother was not a selfish woman.
Gotcha.
So she aged.
Oh no, you're right. She was very conscious. She was
I think she gave and gave and gave.
Oh boy, did she.
Do you have any examples?
Well, there's that time she gave up that ass all night long.
I got it.
That was her ass.
But my old man was super selfish, man. And so he fought it, tooth and nail.
Sure. But I mean, that also kind of feels like human nature, right?
Yeah, it
like
is.
When you
especially for men. Like men, you're not macho anymore. You're not the man. It's just you're just a shriveled up thing. You're basically like a raisin with a dong.
One of the worst books I had to read in high school.
A raisin in the dong.
Raisin with a dong. 252 WCMF. Pete's on CMF. Hey, Pete, how are you, buddy?
Hey, you were talking about the nursing home and brought up a good story that I remember from when my son was born. So my great aunt went into a nursing home when she was like 92. She was driving and shoveling and mowing her lawn when she was like 89 years old.
Damn.
So, Yeah, so we go in after my son was born. I think at this point she was 99, almost 100.
Damn.
Yeah, my grandma walked in with me and my wife. Sorry. And we walk into the room, and I'm holding my son. My wife's right behind me. My grandma's walking up to my Aunt Margaret, and she's going, Margaret, wake up! And I turned to my wife, and I looked at my wife, and I go, I think Aunt Margaret's dead. She was just laying there, like she was in a coffin, and it just, like, me and my wife were like, oh, my God, what do we do? And it took my grandma, like, about 15 minutes to get my aunt up, and I'm like, I don't want to live that long if that's what life is like.
Yeah, but then again.
But she was sleeping good.
Yeah.
I mean, Pete, I get what you're saying. Like, with the bodies that we're in right now and the way our minds work, that makes sense. But I would like to add, like, the 99-year-old woman who's about to get to 100 living that way. You want to go? Because I bet you they go, no, I like it the way it is right now.
I don't know. All I know is my mom says she wants to live till she's 100 so she gets a letter from the president.
All right, there you go.
Do you get a letter from the president?
Let's just go with it. Don't ruin Pete's mom's thing.
I didn't know that was a thing you got.
Doesn't have to be. She definitely get on the Smucker's jar on the news.
Oh, yeah. I don't even know if they do that anymore.
Hey, who cares? How about a free jar of jelly?
Hey, you made it to jelly.
Pete, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. At that age, you're going to need that jelly.
The White House greetings office will send a congratulatory message from the president to an individual celebrating their 100th birthday.
No kidding.
Damn.
It's probably not really signed by the
So
president.
you got family that probably got these.
I don't think, bro.
Plus your Jim Kelly letter. Quite an impressive lineup of
Both
letters.
the Jim Kelly letter and the presidential letter was signed by his brother Dan. Dan Bush. Boy, no. You know what's funny too? Like, you know,
What?
I was also fortunate enough, with my mother. Let me try this again. With my wife's grandmother.
Yeah.
And with my great grandmother.
Mm-hmm.
Neither of them went into a home. So, like, her
Oh,
husband.
so they wrote it out independent.
Yeah, her husband
That's
lived
great.
until he was like 97. She went over 100. They stayed in. They lived on my side. They lived in Dunkirk. They had this tiny little post-war home right on the water there, and it wasn't.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, bro, if you ever walk through Dunkirk, it's a walk back in time.
Oh, yeah.
It is the 1950s all over again.
Mm-hmm.
And like he dug out his own basement. It's like one of those situations. And I vividly remember being like 8, 9, 10, 11 years old. She's in her late 80s at that point, I would guess. She was cooking these meals for the entire family, like 20, 30 people.
That's impressive.
From scratch.
But that's what also probably kept her going, was being on her feet, being lucid.
Serve me.
Yeah.
I mean, she also wasn't, she was a hefty woman.
Was she heavy set? She went that long.
Yeah. She's a hefty woman. Like one of those things where if you gave her a hug, she slowly absorbed you. You know
So
what I'm saying?
how long did she go fat?
I mean, she lost weight towards the end, but I
Well,
don't
yeah,
think
but
it was
that's
on
like
purpose.
God taking his money back.
We come back. Wrap it up. Tell you what we're doing tomorrow next year in the break room. Let's see you, man. That's going to be
Audio Hyundai Rabaroozy.
for a Wednesday break room CMF that makes tomorrow Thursday. You know what that means?
Ooh, we gonna bitch it out, buddy.
So we got a Bitch Voice Theater coming at you. So told you earlier today that I am headed to Kansas City.
Ooh, boy.
For this Bills game on Sunday. Headed out there. Going to be watching it with my boss. I'm very excited. But something interesting happened the last couple of days.
Yeah.
Because I put out on Instagram and Twitter at Duffy on WCMF earlier, like right after the game, I'm going. Very excited. I was looking for people.
You should.
Yeah, Bills fans that are going to be there to maybe tailgate with.
Mm-hmm.
And from that moment, I have gotten a handful of direct messages from complete strangers.
Yeah.
All of them asking the same exact thing.
What's that?
Well, look, a road trip with someone you know can be difficult.
Oh, yeah.
So the idea that someone would be willing to take a road trip this long with a complete stranger.
Yeah.
We'll get into that
All
and a
right.
whole bunch more tomorrow here in the break room on CMF. For Kimmy?
Yep.
Who, by the way, we didn't ask. Would you want to live to 100?
Yeah, I think so.
No, why not?
Okay. Well, because of
Yeah,
everything
I
we
mean-
just talked about. I mean, you're not
Yeah,
small.
no, but
though.
I want to see. I want to see what it's like. You know.
Okay.
And brides usually go longer anyway.
Well, yeah. But she's tall.
Yeah.
Ooh,
I got
tall
some things
broad.
working against me.
Yeah, unless you're Bill Russell. It's not good. That guy went long.
Yeah,
Yeah, right.
he was almost 90.
That's what I'm saying. Right? You don't see a
Yeah.
lot of 7-footers make it to
No,
90.
you don't.
For Tommy Muley, who is 4.5 Bill Russells. My name's Pat. No, opposite. You know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
My name's Pat Duffy. We'll see you about more to the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.